Hello and welcome back to Limbus Company. I'm Luce, and a lot happened last time, most notably including some disconnects. I was hoping to edit the two pieces together, but it turns out the entire ending to the Warp Train Express part got corrupted to the point that it was basically a slideshow and skipped some parts. You couldn't hear me. I had to pick it up after, which luckily was right after the opening segment for Canto 7, so I was able to at least get most of all the Canto 7 fights and stuff, but I lost my initial reactions to the ending of Murder on the Warp Express. Honestly, that was a really big one. I was expecting a lot of I knew that Dawn's chapter would be a trip, but I was not expecting her to be a vampire, or an elder vampire. I even spoke with my friend who's a fan of World of Darkness. If she's a second-generation vampire, and World of Darkness is what was inspired that, given the vampire rules they got, that basically makes her a daughter of Cain, of and Abel fame. And that's the thing. Dawn has shown no aversion to sunlight. I don't believe she mentioned disliking garlic or anything like that. As far as I'm aware, she hasn't shown any dislike for Although I guess since this doesn't seem to have any religious places, we can't test that, so we can't toss her into a church and see if she bursts into flames or something, but yeah, it's not just that she hasn't shown any vampire weaknesses. We've seen her in dire situations, we've seen her die, we've seen her straight up die many times, many times, and yet she never unleashed her vampire self. So I genuinely have no idea how this, I don't think it's simply a case of, I don't think it's a case of simply... And yeah, I knew from the start that guy was talking big, but his low-generation vampire, felt bad by all the siblings. Yeah, I had the feeling he was just a chump who was trying to gain power so he can go back to his siblings eventually, and show them what for, and that's why he was kidnapping people. And of course, when Dawn came out, I knew, okay, yeah, he's screwed, he's fucked. And indeed, he was obliterated. Well, sucks to be him. Maybe next time he won't start kidnapping people off a train. But yeah, I'm definitely interested here. Because like I said, I don't think this is a case of, I don't think it's a case of Dawn just being in disguise or even just amnesia. Because if it was amnesia, she'd still have run into issues with sunlight and such. In which recounted the sinner's adventure encounter with Haunted Bloody Mary, the nature of which is unclear whether a haunted mansion or the Blood Fiend's den. Oh yeah, I've also gotten T-Corp Otis, I mean. So we should be in pretty good shape here. So I think I should go with this to stick to the Tremor team, but it's good to know that I'll have the option soon enough. It's been so long since I visited one of these haunted mansions. Last time I went to a place like this, I thought the next time I came I'd be with my family again, not all on my own like this. Hey, you got your found family here, Sinclair, don't worry. All on your own? Come on, kiddo, you're here with your co-workers. We may all be co-workers, but I mean, we're living together and working together. There's definitely a bit, I was hoping we might at least learn to tolerate each other. Co-workers are kind of like a family. Yeah, see, Heathcliff's got it. Thank you, Heathcliff. Enough chit-chat, everyone. I demand your attention to the floor. There's something there. Yes, the numerous signs of battle, just as I expected. A stench. This miasma of rot fills my lungs. It has been some time since this battle took place. No body here appears to be a fixer who participated in our ongoing mission. Or maybe they'd all been turned to blood bags and are shambling around the haunted mansion. It's probably better not to share that kind of thought here. There's blood everywhere. Actually, it's kind of interesting, because while the game did make it seem like the sinners were on their last legs, the fact that I called that the vampire at the end of Warp Express was actually bluffing. The sinners may have been at the end of their rope, but they were genuinely winning. If he didn't find a way to steal that card, he absolutely would have lost against those practically immortal warriors. That's kind of funny. Because yeah, even against a low-tier vampire like that, regular humans like the sinners still have their limits, and yet they were winning, despite all odds against them. I welcome you all, with all my heart, dear guests, to Haunted Bloody Mary. Well, just don't say this 3 times in a mirror and you're in good shape. Although I have the feeling we'll be doing exactly that before the story ends. The portrait from the voice was echoing was torn in half. Well, at least that means the eyes won't be following us. Those are always kind of creepy. And probably is a concept based on a very... I know there's an old art style where the painting eyes do look like they're following you, but it's an optical illusion. They actually aren't. But of course, it's more fun to have ones that really do. Because what if they really were? From what we could deduce from the remaining of it, it was likely a depiction of the king of the castle, or at least the story was trying to convey. It's all torn off. It's gonna be extrapolated from the torn patterns that was intended to be displayed in its current tattered form. You find yourselves in the castle of an ancient, once prosperous kingdom that has long fallen to ruin. Now you must explore every corner of this derelict castle to unveil the true secrets of the old kingdom. Please note that there are several installations with an explicit purpose of inducing fear. If you have a heart condition or cannot handle horror, please reconsider partaking in this expedition. Don't worry, I've been going outside my comfort zone and doing horror games a bit more lately. I don't know how well it's actually working, but, you know, that's how it goes sometimes. So he says, well, very, I have no such pain in my heart. Don't squeeze me so tightly, Dawn. Can't you let go of my arm, please? Oh yes, and since it was lost when I lost the first part of the other VOD, Sancho, Your Grace, if you have something you'd like to tell me, please come closer. Now that name is very interesting because that is tied to Don's story. But yeah, I know that Don in Don Quixote is actually technically an honorific title, like Sir or Lord in the knightly sense. But Don is a very easy, short, one-syllable nickname, and you know damn well who I'm talking about whenever I refer to her in the sense by that name in the sense of Limbus Company. So, you know, why not? I missed a line, you say? Oh, I see. Let the fire of your courage light your way this adventure, this cold, bone-chilling fear. All the tour must start around here. That mayor's gotta be where the blood fiends used to hide to shock their guests. And look, that ceiling panel slightly ajar. That's probably where... I hate smartasses. Hey, smartasses who can't keep their mouths shut. Stop explaining things. Bloody hell. Huh? She was right. Don't you understand the real fun is walking into a scare? Knowing it's gonna happen? Why can't you be a good guest? Oh, sorry, I'm just not that nice. We were gonna let you just through, but you're getting on my nerves now. Yeah, as much as Ishmael likes to pretend she's above it all, she's kinda not. Granted, she's at least one of the few that doesn't go off and do her own thing for no reason, you know, unless it's Canto 5. Yeah, I was kind of shocked when seeing just how low T-Core... Oh, what's this? The hat. Violent collection. As soon as haste, gain additional more tremor count from base skills. If the speed is faster than targets, deal additional damage. Ooh, not bad, actually. Yeah, I was shocked to seeing how low her HP was. Like, I know she's level 40 and not currently the cap of 50, but the stat difference isn't going to be that massive. I guess it's because she's meant to be the damage dealer while Dawn handles being the tank. And to be fair, she's good at that. How righteous. Start of every turn, gain haste offensive and defensive. Gain 1 haste if you have something on the next turn. Gain additional offense level up after 3 turns on Clash.
정당한 공무 집행.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
There we go, stunned that guy. Ooh, time moratorium. That's gonna hurt him.
정당한 공무 집행.
That's Sadly, I believe these are normal battles, so I don't get to select the target, but these guys should all be easy enough to take care of.
우와, 코이.
Quite cool.
물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
効果的な攻撃でした。
That's an effective attack. I noticed both Dawn and Otis both gained some powers from good time moratorium and stuff. So I'm getting the sense they definitely want you to have the T Corp folks together. Of course, I'm going more of a Tremor team than anything right now, but this should be fine, I think. It's a shame I don't have as much gluttony energy as I was hoping. It is literally the best sin. It's surprising vanity isn't one of the deadly sins, but I suppose at the end of the day, your face and name are all you truly possess.
코이.
Oh no, I don't know. We still haven't gotten very far in here, so there's not much for me to speculate on if we're honest, so that's why I gotta think up random things to talk about during this.
敵は深手を負っています。
The enemy is heavily wounded. Yeah, well, this should be pretty easy as expected.
바람 불어오는 대로. 밟아라.
3월. 엔화.
I really do need to get back to a lot of other games. Like, it's not just Tales of Symphonia anymore. I do need to finish up Fears to Fathom,
완전히 멈춘.
since there's still 2 episodes left.
생각한 시간은 전부
I'm not
지울 수
sure
있어.
how big of a
상관없어.
guy I am on it, but it does seem to be liked by the people that stop by, so might as well. Plus, I can't deny I do at least like I do genuinely like getting some new and different content for a bit.
대상 사망.
There's definitely some stuff to be gained, even if I didn't, even if it's not perfect. But then again, the episodes have been getting a lot better episode by episode, so it's possible that I am a lot that I'll like it more as it gets along.
이렇게나 밑장 빼는 놈들이 한가득
Wherein is discussed the blood fiends in hiding and the fixers who arrived first. Yeah, last time the sinners speculated as to why it exists at all, because the things suggest last theme park attraction suggested it was made for humans and the vampires to live in harmony, and yet obviously they've been doing anything but that. So the obvious solution is probably the idea that it was so they speculated that maybe it actually was like that at one point, but went under new management that changed it and made that less feasible. Right then, so what was that last of the blood fiends here? It was a victory in our favor.
아니, 더
There's no more.
저
Trembling rats inside of a coffin. They lack even a morsel of shame. We opened the coffin Ryoshu singled out. Holy shit! And several came tumbling out. Look who's talking. Ryoshu, can you see through walls by any chance? I only smelled their dirty cowardice. She might have heard them, actually, now that I think about it as well. Did they leave? What do you mean by they? The monsters came to hunt us, those bastards going on smashing our rides and attractions. Oh, I think you know who you're talking about. Did they make it safely past this attraction? Probably. You didn't get a good look at them? We had no choice. Our roles were to jump out and scare people during the banquet blood fiend scene. We stayed put here because they were even scarier than us. The visitors used to scream and run when we jump out. They really loved it. We even took pictures with them when they were done with the attraction. Hey guys, wanna know something cool? We're running an event where we take a free commemorative picture for only 400 milliliters of blood. How's that? Don't you want to take a picture, leave us a picture of the spooky experience? 400 milliliters is nothing. It's a little trickle of blood with no danger of your health. I even heard you humans draw blood once in a while anyways to renew the supply and keep it fresh and healthy. You want to live long, healthy lives, don't you? I bet you do. Wait, are you serious? No, I'm sorry, I won't drink your blood, not even a drop. I don't want to be part of the plan anyway, I just want to get us out of here. That reminds me, I wonder what happened to the one who managed to escape. I should have run away too and had the chance. It's likely he's referring to Cassetti.
난 어떻게
But would outside be any better? How will I live on? Hiding in sewers? Hiding from rats hiding from humans? I don't want that life. If no, but this place is so... We're cornered. There's nothing we can do. We have no options. We have to either die or live a life worse than dying. The cursed La Mancha Land. Yeah, I think he's slowly losing it a bit. That's alright. We can help them rest. Incoming. Prepare for battle, everyone. Guess we're gonna have to eat a counter here and there. Oh well, it happens. Looks like that sin was actually rather effective. So vampires are weak to gloom. They are very depressed. That should not make as much sense as it does, and yet here we are. We should be able to take them down soon. The enemy is heavily wounded. I'm gonna grab some of my drink while this plays out.
깔끔하게 물었군.
In retrospect, a half-empty bottle is probably not the wisest thing to bring here, so I'm definitely going to have to refill it later, but that's fine.
물 넘고 거꾸로 제쳐라.
Dante.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
And the dream must end. That seems to be a recurring phrase here for this chapter, and I have the feeling it's going to be very, very depressing. Well, I am just crying at the end of a few of these, and tearing up at the end of others, so...
물 넘고 거꾸로 제쳐라.
Yeah, I'm starting to see why status effects are what the game revolves around. I do love high damage, make no mistake. In fact, that's probably why I'm not going to be having Ishmael leave my team anytime soon. She's hands down my strongest. With maybe one exception. I think Rodion might be stronger if I don't get the, Actually, thinking about it, Rodion might actually be stronger now since she's the Knight of Despair there, but... Yeah, like I said, T-Corp Otis seems to be a glass cannon. That's probably why Dawn is more of a tank, so they synergize that way. Although I guess Dawn came first. Then again, maybe Dawn coming first is how they knew, okay, we've already got a tank here, so maybe a more damage-focused character work. Easy enough. Interesting. So I guess we figured out that Cassetti was most likely from La Mancha Land, but this confirms it.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는.
Here it is recounted the tale of the forlorn king and the family that was once happy.
가까워진 것이요.
Defeating abnormality. Congratulations, brave adventurers. You've encountered every secret of the kingdom. It's time I let you leave. Should you face such terrors in the world beyond, remember your bravery here and triumph over them as you have today. And now, please give a warm welcome to the Blood Fiends of the attraction Haunted Bloody Mary. They'll be here for a scary photo shoot with Blood Fiends.
내레이션이 끊겼네요.
Oh, then the narration stops there, huh? We already took care of the Blood Fiends who were supposed to show up on cue, so it makes sense. He would have graced us himself, she says. What misfortune, every clue that would have shed light on the secrets of this kingdom's history were pulverized by the guests that came before you. Oh, so for once it wasn't us that ruined everything. I don't know, for some reason it feels nice not being responsible for it for once. Did the voices change? That wasn't just audio quality this time, right?
산손이라는 자의
Tis the
목소리와
voice of
같군.
Sanson.
여러분을 깜짝 놀라게
And our dear
해주었던
Bloodfiend actors have put so much effort into giving you a good surprise.
전부
All disappeared as well.
그 악한 자들은
We brought righteous judgment upon evil
모두
wretches.
심지어
Even the gentleman responsible for that narration.
아무래도
Well, perhaps in place of a photo shoot, we could have a brief explanation about the secrets of the kingdom. The voice beyond the speaker began with a hint of excitement, although as though he'd been expecting this situation all along, or maybe he's expecting something to come of this. Long, long ago, a lonesome king resided within the towering halls of this great castle. Enduring so many years in such a desolate place wore him down. Lonely mornings, silent nights, the king's heart forever a hollow void. So his soul-crushing loneliness drove the king to yearn for a family. Desperately, oh so desperately, the king began turning his wish to reality, forging a family of his own blood-bound to spend the rest of their lives together until the end of days. Robots? Or the king's love for his family was bottomless and generous. Soon, the cold, desolate castle became a cozy home, brimming with warm laughter. Yet perhaps happiness simply isn't a thing that lasts. It was one of the many happy days when a knight, hailing from a faraway kingdom, arrived at the gates of this castle. The knight was a traveler and wanderer with hundreds of adventures and thousands of tales to tell. Dawn? Collected from hither and thither and yonder beyond the world outside the castle. The king, who spent his entire life never setting as much as a foot outside, requested the knight to recount tales of those adventures to him. The knight, to want of any reason to refuse the request, said as such, "O honored king, verily I shall regale thee with tales of worlds I've witnessed, the adventures I've undertaken." Soon something new, something different began to fill the castle. Tales of thrilling adventures. Some days they would talk of a long voyage at sea, of heroes braving the relentless waves. Some days they would whisper the heartbreaking tragic tale of lovers. Some days they would sing a hero's perilous encounter with an unyielding monster. It kept going and going and going, as though the end was an alien idea to them. As the king spent days upon days without sleep or rest, lost in the tales of adventures, he soon came to a grave realization that his family of blood, the confined in here, within the castle, cannot fill that void within his heart. So the king began to fill that emptiness with adventures tales of adventuring, as the knight had regaled him with. And his infinite love for his family began to grow in a different direction, towards adventure, towards the knight, and towards the world outside the periphery of the castle. The family thought it wouldn't last. It was all but a fleeting dream, after all. Just a brief, silly whim in which he fancied himself as what he was not, donning himself a pair of ragged boots and wielding an iron lance. The family waited for their king, their creator, to not only give them love, but bequeath them the same void of the heart, to love them and only them once again. Yet for all their waiting, what came after the king's mouth was bitter to their ears. Notification, 9th anniversary theme. Ah, that's what's playing. It's a very bit of a somber theme. But I suppose it is a bit of a somber castle. Let us bring down the walls of this castle. Let us make friends with those outside, declared the king. The family was afraid to bring down the castle. It meant that their comfortable, familiar, and eternal home and nest would be no more. Not stream. Oh. Hold on. Yeah. Is there an 9th anniversary announcement thing? Alright, sorry, I'm just checking to see if something's coming up. If there was an announcement or something that I missed. Let's see here. Oh, huh, it does say the director is doing a stream of his own. 9th anniversary stream is already going on, however there's no news yet. News is on 4 hours, minutes. Ooh, exciting. That said, I really do want to get through Dawn's story. I may have lost the VOD for it, but that doesn't change that the ending of Warp Express seriously got me interested in seeing the Canto 7 here. So I really want to get through it tonight. Plus, it'll help me complete the what's it called? It'll help me finish the 2 events going on in one fell swoop, which is going to be quite nice.
하지만
Oh,
왕의
but the
뜻을
family
존중.
loved the Lonely King as well, enough to help him demolish his own castle. The deed was done, spades in their hands.
그러나
Yet those who lived outside were too different from those who lived within. The king's family had to give up so many things: happiness, joy, ecstasy, pleasure, hope, anticipation.
이 모든 걸
They had to give them all up
포기해야
because otherwise they could not become friends with those outside.
따라서
So they
왕은
King
가족들이
outlawed happiness in
행복해지는
his
걸
family.
금지했습니다.
Yeah, I'm starting to see the direction this story is taking.
성 밖에
Because he
행복한
believed that they would be
사람들을
happy by watching the
지켜보는
happiness of
것만으로
others. Those who lived
가족들이
outside the
그
castle
행복을
blossomed, and
나눠받아
happiness was something that could be
함께
shared.
행복해질 수 있을
I
거라고
wish it was
믿었습니다.
that easy. I can't tell. I could recount tales of my own where I convinced myself that someone else being happy would make me happy. No. No, that never happens. There are things I can do that can make happy, and seeing other people happy is nice and all, but it's not going to fill me by itself. It can't do that, unfortunately.
그들의 행복이
Believing their happiness to be their own in time. All their
행복해지기
pursuits
위한
were
우리의
disdained as a
모든
sin.
왜 우리의
So I must
행복은
ask, why must we repent to our happiness? There's so many mentions of family.
무슨 이야기를
So what do
하고
you suppose he's
싶었던
trying to
걸까요?
say?
구구절절
Load
헛소리로.
of shit. That's what. Well, leave it to Ryoshu.
재미있는
How
이야기네요.
interesting. I wonder if that family ever had real happiness
행복이라는
to
게
begin with.
정말 있긴 했을까?
Now, that is actually a very interesting thing Hong Lu brings up. Were they ever truly happy, or did they just convince themselves they were happy because they didn't have anything else, or because they didn't want to face anything else? While everyone else found themselves rendered speechless by the gloomy tale, Hong Lu did not hesitate to share his thoughts as though it was just another lighthearted tale.
저기 출구 표시가
Oh, look, I see
보여요.
an exit sign.
이
Looks like this is
어트랙션은
where the attraction ends. Yeah, it says something under here. There's a sign on the wall with instructions written in bolded letters. All blood fiends must attend at least one weekly consultation session with the priest. Consultation session? Wait, a priest? What I've been able to tell, there's no chapel or general religion in here. The closest thing was the Inquisition of N-Corp, but they seem to worship flesh rather than any kind of deity.
무엇에 대한
Consultations of what
명당인
kind? And on the
것일지.
subject, one must wonder.
글쎄,
Anything, I
어떤
guess?
것이든?
Maybe it's like a confession.
구해.
I guess I could keep up
라든가.
some. I guess I can keep up some. A place though. Maybe we'll grab up the Reddit. Yeah, Limbus Reddit should be fine. If there comes an update there from the stream there in a few hours, I can find it there because that one tends to get announcements posted there pretty quickly from what I've experienced. It's not perfect, but I really don't want to end my stream to watch another one, especially since I've been really, really excited about this one. I must say, they made a pretty good opening hook. I knew that Don Quixote's Canto was going to be a trip. I was not expecting her to be a vampire queen of some sort. Maybe it's like a confessional? I know it's clearly not true anymore, but La Mancha Land must have put a lot of effort back in the day.
정말로
Indeed, perhaps they
상상에
really did
꿈꿨던
once
것일지도
dream of
모르겠구려.
coexistence.
아니,
Nay,
그럴 리 없다네.
nothing but wicked trickery,
다 가나큰
all.
실수일 테지.
After realizing just how much envy on my team has, I wonder if perhaps I should,
リンバスカンパニー
what's
の
this
皆
guy?
さんとご一緒で
Ghost
きて
Blood Fiend
本当に
of
嬉しい
Failed
です。
Penitence. Eerie Blood Bag.
정당한 공무집행.
N-Corp Naval Hammer believes and aspires to the abstract concept of humanity. Yeah. Including a really weird augmentation, since they seem fine mutating themselves just as long as it was a flesh or blood-based mutation rather than prosthetics. It does kind of remind me a while ago that someone drew a robot or android. I think they were a cyborg, actually. Yeah, cyborg character that was mocking someone for selling their soul to a demon and for power. I'm thinking, if someone replaced most of their bodies with cybernetic parts, couldn't you argue that's also giving up a lot of themselves for power? Because if I don't recall the character was in that way from an accident. I believe they were a willingness, some sort of cyborg.
해보겠네.
Oh yeah, and I did finally get T-Corp. As you can see, I finally did get T-Corp Otis going, so I've definitely got a full Tremor team ready. Not an optimal Tremor team by any stretch of the word, but everyone inflicts roughly the same type of Tremor. I do know you don't want to be careful about mixing and matching too much. That's also why I'm not using the new Walpurgis Gregor, even though I have in fact been using... I do in fact have him. I got him alongside Ishmael a while ago, but he uses a different kind. Their notion of humanity is greatly distinct from ours. Indeed, though it is a shame there's no chapel or anything we could toss Dawn into to see if she bursts into flames or something. Because all we know from now is that despite the strange reveal at the end of Warp Express, we know for a fact that she isn't bothered by sunlight. She doesn't... I don't recall her mentioning disliking garlic or anything. And of course she, And of course, we've seen her straight up die many, many times, and yet this other side of her didn't come up. The only difference was that Cassetti was trying to turn her, and I guess that was specifically what caused it. Though, make no mistake, I'm well aware that we're definitely going to be getting answers this chapter. I have to be very careful with T-Corp Otis, though. She seems to be getting stunned just by getting breathed on by enemies. And yeah, I know she's only level 40 right now, but I've looked at her stats at max level on the wiki. She is absolutely a glass cannon, so I need to be very careful about how I use her. Still, she does hit pretty hard, which is pretty nice. And of course, more people that inflict time moratorium's kind of nice. No, blood fiends are weak to many methods of attack, though. Frost and garlic are not one of them. Bodies of water are somehow. Oh, yeah, the start of the chapter, I think I lost the part of the VOD that mentions that, but yeah. They said that the blood fiends are afraid of water, yet it strangely does not seem to physically harm them. I don't recall Dawn mentioning being afraid of water in particular during Ishmael's chapter, but I suppose it was none of us wanted to be in that water if we weren't absolutely required. So it's a fear they have, but they're not actually weak to it. That does raise a few questions on its own, but again, we just haven't had a good opportunity to test what Dawn is actually weak to. At the very least, I can tell it's not a disguise or amnesia or something. It has to be a bit more complicated than that, or else her true self would have come out upon death. And Dawn has absolutely died countless times. Like, even if you've never lost her once in the gameplay, in the story, she's no more durable than any other sinner. So if it was just a disguise or something, that would have come out as soon as she was killed, but no. She just dies like any other human at the moment.
이걸로 이번 주군과 결별할 날도 머지 않았나? 마지막까지 알뜰히 사용하시는 것 같으니.
Oh, Pinson and blood fiends in a bizarre survey. Oh, right. If I want to fill this sooner than later, I need to borrow them or so here. That should help out. Yeah, I'm probably gonna finish up the stamina event tonight, and I'm almost cleaned out the Warp Express shop as well, so that one's also guaranteed to be finished by the end of the week, which is quite wonderful. Not bad, given I missed half the event duration purely because I wasn't far enough in the story before. Hopefully they don't have one that's demanding Canto 8 once I finish this one, because I would like another break after that. Not because I am not liking it, just that I don't want to do too much. Plus I've got other games I want to be streaming as well, so... so many good things, but I suppose that's a good problem to have. Just too many things I want to play. After a short journey, we came upon a quiet and solemn-looking room, and in front of it stood praying blood fiend, a group of blood fiends looking in anticipation. But they all appeared to have gone through their share of battles. Many are injured or out of breath, clearly exhausted. Are you for console? Excuse me, confession? Confession? What are you talking about? This room, within this room is one who forgives our sins. Yeah, remember I just said about the city not seeming to not have any kind of religious thing. It's rather weird. The first time we ran into one is one related to vampires. Well, I suppose Dawn's not bursting into flames, so that's at least good. Don't have to revive her from being turned to ashes. But before you enter, take a deep breath, and please give an honest answer to my questions. First, How intense is your desire of blood today? 1 for a lot, 2 for mildly, 3 for somewhat, 4 for intensively, unbearably, 5 for driving me insane, and 6 for just killing me. This one seems a little out of it too. Whatever nonsense out there speaking of, just none of course. And then here's my second question. Did you consume your hemobar today? Yes. 1 for yes, 2 for no. I get the sense this was intended as originally from a phone conversation, but when they moved it to in person, they didn't really know what else to do with it. Well, I've dealt with phone trees before.
잠깐만.
Wait.
말 끊지 마세요.
Don't cut me off. You must answer all the questions to be granted an audience with the priest.
마냥 먹지
You have not consumed hemobar. Please explain your reasoning. Isn't it obvious? It tastes like shit. Even sucking blood from an insect would taste better than that. You agree, don't you? Oh boy. Guys, get ready. Last question. Do you feel parched in your throat when looking at a human today? Say yes, no, yes, 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 yes. Always about to go insane. No, not actually. Actually, not even for a moment. Alright, time to get the weapons out here. At least I haven't any complaints about T-Corp here. I could probably replace her with Radia, with my Despair Knight Radia or something for more raw damage, but my understanding is that focusing on stats effects in this game is generally preferred over just whatever 5 or 6 most powerful IDs you have in general are.
당신 짝패군요.
And as an escape, I noticed that basically all the blood fiends here have been listed as blood-starved. Interesting. It could just be flavor. I should look at that master status before it goes away in a turn or so when he dies. Oh wow, it seems like it's durable. That one's really durable. Here we are. Withered. Yeah, these are just more blood-starved statuses.
일기당천.
Yeah, sorry, sometimes I struggle to think of something during the win rate for the generic battles here. Granted, these chapters have not been nearly as bad with these as, say, Chapter 4 was. Chapter 4 having about 5 in a row with no meaningful story progression as, well, I already complained my biggest issue with Chapter 4 was the atrocious pacing. Luckily, they did learn from that one for the later ones. Is probably the weakest one I have here, but even she's a big help just because she amplifies the sinking that Ishmael drops. If T-Corp Otis isn't working though, I can swap out for a Knight of Despair Rodian. I think that's what she's called anyways. I just call her Knight Rodian a lot of the time, but I'm told I probably shouldn't because there's multiple Knight-type, Knight-looking Rodians. I admit I'm still trying to memorize all the sins and egos available. The good news is this game doesn't have nearly as many as some of the other gotchas I've played, but it's still a good bit to have to memorize, including what they do and what they synergize with and all that, because you can definitely tell that some of them are designed specifically to be on other teams. Not a bad thing, mind, it's just, yeah, it's just a lot to memorize off the top of my head. So the good news is the Warp Express did give me a really good Heathcliff ID. I'm probably gonna raise multi-crack Heathcliff because he's really helpful for W-Corp, or for Ryoshu and Knight Rodian, since they both use Charge. Rodian just uses a unique version of it. Though it's been yet to be relevant to Limbus Company, Blood Fiends may become one from any one of 3 methods. 1, being transformed by another Blood Fiend, or being turned Blood Fiend progenitor, or distorting into one. Ah. Distorting. Now that is an interesting one. It might come up later, since Limbus Company is apparently deciding to make distortions their business, but... yeah. As the distortion phenomenon is a recent event, these are not Blood Fiends we'll meet who originate from distortions. That makes sense, yeah. They're, so far, all the ones we've met so far are specifically from that. don't think I missed that name Sancho from those announcements earlier. Sancho is from Dawn's book, which means they're going to be plot relevant one way or another.
끝내는 단정하지 않군요.
リンバスカンパニー
Let's
の
seize
皆
this
さん、
victory of
この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
Yeah, pretty easy. Funny thing, even though I don't have a single 3-star ID for Merceau, I'm actually tempted to raise his middle little brother one, because that one is a support for Envy. He have base attacks, and I have a ton of those. I might actually be able to even use Magical Girl Dawn if I use that one, because she seems to focus primarily on Envy damage. With that in mind, I could basically make a team that's capable of
제거하시죠.
nothing but Envy resonance, advanced resonances, absolute resonances, that's right. But I'll worry about that later. Although it still is nice that he actually has one that I could make work if I wanted to. I just need to, you know, get to that point. I've sinned again today. I confess. Take me to the priest. They said it'll be okay if we visit the priest after the thirst.
신부라는 자는
So
이
that
안에
priest
있는
is right
거죠.
there, right? You're going to have to wait your turn. The others once saw the priest too. They must have been sinners as well. So there might be quite a queue. Well, I suppose we are in total 13 sinners. Remember, Dante is also one, so yeah. We do in fact have a lot of sinners with us, so perhaps we should go through the confessional. Oh, the priest will gladly hang the sins in our stead. We should probably check what's behind this door, right? I shall take the vanguard, Manager Esquire. Whoa. Villains, what I'm certain of is this intruder will never leave us alone until we open our gates. We must put an end to this insolency soon, wouldn't you agree? Yeah, and I'm paying attention to what color these are. If that's yellow, it has to be Dawn. But the character here, even though it's probably intended to be in her voice, it doesn't sound a thing like her. Every single one of them has felt completely different, and I suppose you understand once you create your own ADVENT. No, adventure doesn't fit in there. Magical girls, Dawn mechanics center around her SP mostly, with positive and negative utilizing different skills. Yeah, I noticed both her and Night Rodian seem to interact with the sanity mechanic a pretty good amount. And I actually do kind of like that. It gives a layer to play with them a bit, but it also isn't frustrating to deal with. I like it. Granted, with Rodian, it's basically just attack normally if you want her to be in her positive and tanky form, or guard first and then attack if you want her DPS-based negative sanity form. Magical Girl Dawn seems to want to swap a bit between the two, especially if you can get hands on her ego. As mentioned, I basically drained all my resources during this Walpurgis Night, and I think it was worth it. Yeah, basically saving all my resources for the Archives event and then saving everything up until the Walpurgis Night was definitely in my favor, especially now that I finally did, in fact, get a good ID for her Rodian, because she was one of the few sinners I felt like I didn't really have anyone worth it. Like, with Heathcliff, between Multicrack and the Seven Association, I actually do have a couple good support ones for him, and likewise with Merceau, where little brother Merceau has a pretty good support to offer the team as well. So they do genuinely feel like they could contribute even if they're not the main damage dealers, which even Rodian did not have until I got her Knight form. So yeah, it feels nice finally having a team put together. It's not the most optimal, but it works, and it means I can use everyone as I please. Sadly, this does mean I had to give up full stop Hong Lu and full stop Heathcliff, but I think it's fine, given those two already have some worthwhile IDs. Heathcliff in his support IDs, and Ting Tang Gang Hong Lu with his good damage numbers and coin reuse mechanics. Or at least that's how I felt using them. Let's see here. I suppose you understand. Worry not, I intend to put an end to this today. I've been planning to do so a while. When we entered, we saw a dying blood fiend nearing his death. They're performing final rites. I can respect this. His mask was cloven, revealing a pitiful tragedy behind. It no longer served as a mask to hide his face. Have you come here to confess your sins? Ah, what joy. Rarely do I receive those so willing to confess. This one, he's a smoldering stub. I could sniff out his embers with a gentle stomp.
죽음과 결별할 날도 머지 않았나?
in which a truth may be revealed by close inspection, is spoiled by none other than Sanson himself. Well, it's at least niceful that these titles are very helpful.
건드리지 마. 저건 내 사냥감이야.
Reminder, Heathcliff shall receive the next identity, that being Heishu of the U branch, the same as Sinclair's. Sadly, I joined just barely too late to be able to get Sinclair's. Granted, if I had known I was going to enjoy the game this much, I obviously would have started significantly sooner, unfortunately. But, well, that's the breaks. I'm guessing that Sinclair's will come available later then, since I missed the event where you could get him. I imagine they won't be too exclusive with what was meant to be a free ID. But I guess I can worry about it later. Yeah, my understanding is the U branch is the chicken, hence why they keep calling them Cockcliff and Cockclair, because, yeah, of course they'd go with the... of course they'd go with those names. Kind of funny, though. I looked at the release schedule, and Heathcliff didn't get IDs for quite a while, but now he's getting like 2 in a row. Though I did, looking at the totals, I was actually kind of surprised. The numbers of IDs between each sinner is actually not, and ego is actually not very high. The game's actually done a pretty good job of keeping everyone at roughly a similar level, which is kind of nice. Don't touch it, that thing's mine. Zishun and her men are behind us, appear to be in pristine condition compared to the priest.
시춘,
입도 열지
Shut
마.
up, I don't want to waste any more time talking to you. This one's almost dead. What's the point of keeping him alive?
뻔하군.
Isn't it obvious? These are signs of torture.
이 구역의 장치는
It seems the device in Area 2 has already been activated, so what are you torturing him for? Prying for more information? Yes, haven't I told you already? My goal isn't the eradication of Lamachaland.
그렇다고.
Okay, but I doubt you came all this way just to enjoy torturing some blood fiend. At best, I'd wager it's a nice bonus.
그래.
You're right, we're not like these
우리가 혈기
hunters. We don't
사냥꾼도
torture them
아니고
for
그런 걸
sport.
즐기진 않지.
Actually, that statement right there is kind of interesting because it carries a lot of implications that she kind of just skims over.
거긴
The hunters
돈벌이하고는
exist only to inflict as
상관없지.
much pain as possible as they
그저
can on as many
혈기들을
blood fiends they
빚만
get their hands on.
더
They don't even care about the
고통스럽게
money.
죽이는 것. 하지만
But I
난
don't care about
달라.
either of those. What I'm looking for
내가
is a
필요한 건
specific
정보야.
piece of information that I came all
나는
the way
그
here
정보를
for.
얻기 위해
I wanted to know what specific piece of information she's talking about, but I'm pretty positive she was not going to answer that question anyway. Yeah, that's my thought too.
이제
Well, you
슬슬
arrived in time. I was about to
이것의
crush
뇌를
its skull and
터뜨리려던
brain
참이었어.
within it anyway.
아무리
No amount
고통을
of pain could
가해도
wake it from whatever daze
제정신을
it's in,
차리지
as you can see.
못하더라고. 이미
It must
고통으로
have been driven
한참
mad
전에
from the pain.
미친
Reminds you of the
거겠지.
Heisho of our family, huh, big
우리
brother?
집안의 흑수들이
Speaking of
생각나잖아.
Heisho, Zeshun asked as she gestured towards a priest who splayed out helplessly on the ground. Her voice was dripping with content. Despite her threatening words, the look on the priest's face was serene. He looked at us with eyes that couldn't be more at peace. Seeing you and your friends reminds me of one of the visitors to my confessional. Well, I suppose we are sinners. We are all sinners. A confession would do us good. But I'm not sure if the concept here is anywhere near the Catholic one, because it seems like everything here is basically a front just to get blood to vampires. So, yeah. I don't quite recall what it was, but a blood fiend by the name of Lorenzo is a repeat visitor to the confessional. At first I wasn't sure why he would feel the need to visit me. He simply exuded positivity that much. Oh dear priest, I'm doing great today. Yeah. These hemo bars are some impressive inventions, so I gobbled 110 in one sitting. This has to be a record. Tragically, his positivity did not last. Today I licked a syringe for 3 hours. Oh, gross. There was a droplet of blood on that thing. I can't forget the blissful taste lingering on the needle. I didn't eat a single hemo bar today. We've known for a while these stupid bricks don't do anything. They do jack shit for us, and you know that. How much longer are we gonna have to live like this? Heishu Sinclair, following the precedent of previous seasons, will be available during the rerun of the voice the event intervalo, and later on the dispenser 2 seasons from now, so Merceau's season, or Canto 10. That makes sense, yeah. It's a bit long of a wait, but I suppose it's not like I can't sit here and say I've been disappointed with middle Sinclair. Especially if I do decide to go for a dedicated NV team with, you know, like him and Middle Merceau, Magical Girl Dawn. Oh, poor Middle Dawn. I do have her, but at this point, I can't think of a single thing she does that Magical Girl Dawn doesn't do better. Whoops. Oh well, that's how it goes sometimes. How much longer will we live like this? I knew the answer to his question, so I gave it to him. You know this already, Lorenzo. From endless forbearance comes coexistence. Sing and cheer louder. The more pain you feel, bury it. Suppress with laughter. Let laughter never end here and La Mancha land. However, last time I saw a true, genuine smile on Lorenzo's face was moments before he was buried under this place. His head burst open, brain spilling. It made me curious. What is the meaning behind burying someone who lives still? You and I would never know the answer to that question, would we? Did you bury the body of Cassetti yourself then? That fugitive? Unhand. Dawn!
너무 오래
That's enough of this
살려둔다 보네.
nonsense. Get out of my way.
비켜.
Interesting. So he knows who Dawn really is. Because remember, Cassetti basically died while time was frozen. So it seems unlikely that they'd be able to just know he was dead, let alone that we killed him. For as far as they shouldn't know, he just went into a time warp and then vanished forever. Gia swung her fan, but he was nowhere to be seen. Huh? Wei stepped in front of the last second to block the blood fiend's strike from behind. The priest had the most profound faith of them all. When did the magician? The faith that everything will be alright. The faith that everything will be as he willed. The faith that we shall all find happiness at the end of all things. And he was the only one of us who did not turn his back on our suffering. So when more and more of us began losing our grip of our patience, he was the first to reach out to them, to give them a helping hand. Yet the one who cares for the hearts of others cannot help but fail to tend his own. I've heard Mill Sinclair is the most well-rounded Sinclair. Say if all of them were placed on a team they were not meant for, Middle will yield the greatest results. However, in teams of whatever is dead to anything strength or care do, Middle reaches somewhere close to middle ranks, ironically. Huh. That might explain why it seems like he's working well with my team whenever I use him. I still do whip him out every now and then, by the way. Yeah, just because my team for the longest time is random bullshit go. Even now, to an extent, it's still kind of random bullshit go, because while I do have a Tremor team, my understanding is you don't want to put just random Tremor stuff together. You want to make sure they synergize, hence why I'm trying to focus on the T-Corp stuff, and ones that can kind of work with that. Because, hence why I'm not using, the All-Gregor from the Walpurgis, even though I have him. I could, but I'm using Heisho right now because he synergizes them with a bit better, since he doesn't get in the way with his own, unique Tremor thingy. I guess if I do get up a middle... Merceau, I could definitely bring him back in a bit more frequently, along with, honestly, anyone else who's got a pretty good Envy, which is most of my team at this point. I was kind of hoping for a good Gluttony team, but I guess Envy works too. Can't complain about one that I don't have to actively pull for. I've basically already got the main components. Well, kind of. I did have to shard Magical Girl Dawn, I'm not gonna lie there. Yet the one who cares most alone in this corner of this tiny empty room, the priest's heart ailed and withered. How many of us knew this, I wonder? Hey, I'm really happy for you that you mastered the art of budding naturally into conversations like this, but you're sorely mistaken if you think you can just pluck your friend away again. Got that? Let us be precise. I'm here only to continue the tale. Villain, thou hast come to distract us with thy vile tricks. No, no, of course not. My vile tricks are all for you and none other. Yeah, I figured Dawn would be at the center of this. What? Well, that's enough misery for a tale. You have so many more riveting tales of adventure to share, do you not? Oh, Don Quixote, the great adventurer. Many great adventure I've undertaken, yet I've no tale for one as vile as thee. Mime, I should have been more mindful. I suppose stepping onto the stage all in your lonesome is a tad embarrassing, is it not? That's not what I fully understand. It's no easy task to command the entire audience alone on the stage. Allow me to offer you some assistance. Halt! Halt! Resonante. Once again, that's Dawn. I don't want to leave. I don't. Why do you refuse to obey me? Stop! That was...
방금 그것은
What was that?
오랜만에 공연에
I must have
긴장한
slipped.
나머지
Please, it's
실수를
been a
저질렀다.
while since my last show.
실수?
Slipped?
공연이 무르익다
Sometimes the
보면
order of things go out of whack when
감정이
the play
가끔
reaches
순서가
crescendo
꼬이기도
and the swelling
하는
emotions sweep you off your feet. I've yet to shard magical girl Quixote's identity, though it's only one left in my collection of the Walpurgis units. Ah. Yeah, I know what you mean. I was tempted between her and Knight Rodian or the two full stops. The two full stops would probably have lasted me until the next Walpurgis, but I also knew if I left, once this Walpurgis ends, I'd probably regret it if I didn't have the Rodian and Dawn ones. While it would suck to miss them, I do still have, like I said, I've still got good ones for Heathcliff and Honglu, but also, yeah, Rodian filled a gap that I was genuinely missing, and Magical Girl Dawn, well, a friend, you probably saw Copen when he dropped by here and recommended her, and wow, he was not kidding. She's a lot of fun to use playing with that sanity mechanic. No, the only question is whether or not I'll be able to get anything else by the end of the Walpurgis, but if not, I think I can live until the next one with what I've got here. My understanding is they return every few months. Sometimes it gets a bit delayed, so I need to make sure that what I get I would not regret for the remaining few months, since I'll probably only have those. And I think I made the right choice in the end. Sometimes you have to make some very important decisions. Sometimes the order of things go out of whack when the play reaches its crescendo and swelling emotions and sweep you off your feet. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure I'd have loved the full stop duo, especially since I've heard they can do damn near anything if properly set up, but I'd have probably regretted not getting Rodian and Dawn more. I offer my sincerest apologies, so let us begin anew, from the day that fateful duel against the Knight of the White Moon.
그
That duel was one of the greatest battles I ever had the honor of partaking in. Dawn's voice falters, falling unnaturally quiet. Sanson must be working his trickery again. Indeed, that duel was the first meeting of Don Quixote and the White Moon. The same knight who guided our Don Quixote the adventurer to the river in the deep, to the river of Oblivion. I am not going to sing Return to Oblivion, but I am very tempted to do so.
깊은 곳에
River in the deep.
관리자님,
Manager, I think I know what's going on. That man
우선
is...
대역에 집중하시죠.
Now, let us focus on our roles for now, shall we?
보아하니
Let's see.
처음으로
The
만난
knight was the first
대등한
one
상대였군요.
to ever match you in strength, correct?
맞소.
Verily, the
그자는
knight was
정말 강했지.
one of truly impressive might. Shite, not again. This is getting real annoying.
하얀 달의 기사는
The Knight of the White Moon was garbed in rags of an outfit that appeared unfamiliar and ridiculous.
웬 또한
'Twas the knight who
본인에게 먼저
challenged me
결투를
first as
신청한
well.
그
Forsooth, I was
기사였다니.
quite impressed with the daring courage.
아마
Perchance the
도시를
knight was
떠돌며
curious to
명성을
test
떨치고
my
있었던
might, as
본인의
my name
실력이
was known far and
궁금했으리라
wide in the
생각합니다.
corners of the city through mine adventures. A great adventurer like you would have accepted that duel with gusto, certainly.
당연한 말을
Indubitably, I replied, thus the true adventurer cowers not from a duel when challenged.
진정한
Let us battle, O
모험가는
brave
거로운
knight.
결투를 마다하지 않는다. 덤벼라 기사여!
Still, all these events do seem very dubious, because if Dawn truly is the great adventurer that keeps being described here, I'm pretty sure no one even heard of her before now, and yet I don't think she's lying. Dante even said none of us ever bothered to listen to her, so maybe there really is something there.
당신의
Thus began the
춤과
storm of
하얀
blades
달의
as your
기사에
lance
있는 힘껏
clashed with the
부딪혔죠.
Knight of the White Moon's great sword. A big-ass katana.
모든
With every
결투에는
duel, no matter how great or
응당
trivial, comes certain
조건이란 게
stakes.
있는 법이죠.
This historical duel must
이
have been no
대단한
different.
결투도
Well, I
예외는
suppose
아니었을 겁니다.
I suppose Dawn's got the advantage here. We all know lances have the advantage over swords. I care not whether I am to emerge the victor or loser of this battle. Yet, O Don Quixote, should meet me my challenge a fair duel. I promise thee, in thy hands I shall prevent that what thou seekest the
대담하고
most.
녹이 등
Boldly and fiercely, the combatants
또
clashed once
결투자인
again.
서로 맞닿았고 로신한테가
And Riscante signaled the start of the
이
duel,
결투를
because if anyone was watching, it would be
지켜보고 있었을
Riscante.
테니까요.
Oh, right. Horse Gregor.
시작!
Your judgment's well placed. Magical Gold Dawn, at its best, is as powerful as either the full stop duo or their best. However, falls short of the full might of the duo together, which all falls short before the might of Knight Rodian. from my understanding, Magical Girl Dawn is genuinely powerful. Well, in fact, as an individual unit, she's ridiculous. It's just that she doesn't seem to work well in dedicated teams as much, unless you're specifically building the team around her. Which ironically makes her a good fit for my team, just because I've got a few like Millim or so who can power up envy damage to make her hit harder. And yeah, Rodion is ridiculously strong. Like, I was using her in tank form last time, and the DPS, and her damage form, and her damage form was pretty ridiculous. And I have noticed that her and Dawn have a passive that prevent them from going from -40 to -45 unless I force it to happen, so I guess that's to prevent an accidental corrosion. So that's useful. I can corrode them if I consider it necessary, but they're protected from it unless something crops up. And like I said, I do like that they interact with a sanity mechanic like that. It's kind of interesting. They basically have a stance system, I guess would be the good way to put it. However, the strongest Magical Girl Dawn Quixote team focuses on envy resonance rather than her actual mechanics. Yeah, with how much envy she's got, that's why I was thinking someone like Middle or so to power up, make the enemy weak to envy, and stuff to power up there would be rather good. Although I suppose I could even use my multi-crack Heathcliff to help her there, because he can grant her her love and hate power is technically charge, and he powers up charge. Interesting. But that requires building up. Although the good news is Middle Merceau and Multi-Crack Heath are both 2 stars, so they're going to be significantly cheaper to get going compared to the others, which is quite nice. 2 stars may not be able to keep up with the 3 stars in terms of raw damage, but their support is certainly valuable. I mean, there's a reason I keep making sure that Butler Faust is on my team, even though her damage is very anemic compared to the others. And she makes the sinking from herself and the Ishmael, and sometimes Rodion, whenever I'm using her, to be very amplified. So yeah, it's good to know supports in this game can be genuinely really helpful, even when they're are a bit weaker than, when their damage is lower, like the 2 stars there. Ready to go. For 3 suns and 3 moons, we test the mitre blades. Hold on, weren't you holding a lance, not a bladed sword?
말이 그렇다는
'Twas but a
것이지.
figure of speech. Alright, okay. Oh crap, are they no, they didn't disallow Sinclair from in here. Yeah, we're not doing a fight. Okay, that's fine then. Wherein recounts a close and dramatic duel between the Knight of the White Moon and valiant Don Quixote. Just clear the stage. That strikes me as very... oh dear. So, it's a dedicated Dawn. I have to use base Dawn? I mean, I can. I just was hoping to use Magical Girl Dawn if I was going to get a, solo. Knight Rodion's different stances using her defensive stats falls in 1 states. Defense form, balance form, offense, burst. I admit I've been using her very plainly. If I want her for durability, I just have her attack normally. If I want her to deal damage more, I simply start with her block, her guard ability, which brings her to negative sanity, and then focus on that. Although she does definitely have some stuff going for her there. And Dawn seems to swap between the 2 a bit. I just have to be careful since accidental corrosion will just result in my own team getting nuked.
내가 나설 차례인가?
Though I do appreciate the game auto-leveling Dawn's base ID and stuff for you in case you haven't been raising it. This duel, from its first clash was evenly matched, with no clear winner pulling ahead, and every spectator's hands began to grow slick with anxious sweat. I guess I'm sure there's nuances to both of them I'm missing though, if we're honest. So I'm definitely going to be looking into that a bit more as time goes by, but yeah, for now, I'm just slightly less random bullshit go since I have a coherent Tremor team, so I'm focusing on that. If we have a particularly difficult fight, however, rest assured I'll probably be using it according. I'll probably bring out some of the big guns. Sun had gathered to cheer us on as well. Yay, Lord Don Quixote, you can do this, your worship. Oh, that's funny, Lord Don Quixote. Yeah, I mentioned it a bit. I mentioned it a little bit about, yeah, the start of the stream, but yeah. The Don and Don Quixote is technically an honorific, like Sir or Lord in the knight sense. So it's basically a Lord Quixote. Not that I'm gonna stop calling her Don for short, because, you know, it's a short one-syllable word nickname that is easy to identify who I'm talking about by saying it, so, yeah. Haha, look at this glass's face, now that's priceless.
그럼 저는
Well then, I'll cheer on the Knights of the White Moon. Let us keep things fresh.
신선하잖아요.
Dang, you're looking dapper in that outfit, Hong Lu. I'm actually kind of jealous. I wish I could look that good in an outfit like that.
와!
Ooh,
기사님!
brave knight, you got
힘내세요.
this.
본인의 칼끝은
Dip my blade,
기사의
hew
왼쪽
deep
어깨에
in the
내리고
knight's left
싶고
shoulder, while the knight's
그들의
blade left a slight gash in my
나의
ear.
위대한 모험가
Oh no,
돈
the great adventurer
키호테가
Don Quixote wounded in a
결투에서
duel.
상처를 입다니.
Is everything alright?
괜찮은 걸까요?
괜찮다네.
We're not for all is right
결투에서 얻은
indeed.
상처들은
Wounds gained in battle, but
명예로
seedlings of
거듭날
honor.
뿐.
'Tis no blemish on
결코
mine.
명예를
Well, I do believe that my skills were a smudge superior to the knight's. Perchance, had I decided to put a little more strength behind the strike, I may have dealt a blow most final. Oh yeah, right.
둘은
The combatants
서로
charge one another at full
전속력으로 최후의
speed to see
승리를
who shall
가리기
emerge
위해서.
victorious in this epic duel. Ah, here we are, Knights of the White Moon. Dragon of the Spring. Gain haste next turn and gain fragile next turn. What's this one? Honorable Duel. Reminisce Tale of Adventure. This Honorable Duel. Reminisce Tale of Adventures become immensely powerful. Oh wow, look at that. Become immensely powerful. 16,000. Hopeless.
출진이다.
Okay. Dominating.
출진이다.
You know, might as well go for an A-res. There's no way we're gonna be getting the, Actually, what resources does this require? Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to get that no matter what, so might as well go for the A resonance for it. That should be quite useful. Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of nuances in each and every, each and every ID's kit that I'm still learning here. But I do feel like I'm gradually getting it. Like, for a while, I was wondering just... Oh. Okay, this will be fine. Yeah, they're really starting to bring a lot more unbreakables here. It's not a big deal. I know how to deal with unbreakable coins thanks to Mirror Dungeon, but... it's impossible to avoid noticing that they're definitely becoming more common in this chapter.
皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Guess that'll have to work. At this point, I should probably just, oh my. Everything is unknown. Night of the White Moon, Lotus in Autumn, Faint Trace, Pallid Trace, Electronic, Mirror of Water, Block R, Red R, damage taken minus 20, on clash lose, at 10 clashes, randomly gain or lose clash power, sanity, unobservable, Archery, huh? Victory! I guess most of all Dawn's duels have been scripted so far.
과연
And
승자는
the victor! Who
누구였나요?
won?
결과는
Twas
승자도
neither.
왜냐하면
The duel ended in a draw. A
무슨
highly
일이기
irregular
때문이지.
occurrence.
이례적으로
Not exactly the most satisfying conclusion, but that's how it goes sometimes.
그럼
Then did you
다시
resume
한번
your duel
결투를
then and there?
아니,
Nay, as great as it may have been
자비를
as an
베풀
adventure in
줄
my
아는
heart, there was no
관대한
such vicious
무언가였다네.
ruthlessness, for I knew the significance of clemency.
그래서
I asked
기사에게
thusly the
이렇게
night,
쉬지 않고
for 3
사흘
suns and 3 moons have we
반납 동안
dueled, for
결투를
fatigue hath
치르느라
set in for
우리
many.
모두
Why not
지쳐
rest
있는
thy
상태인데
blade for a moment and recover?
이쯤에서 이 이상으로
Should we continue
계속해서
dueling the
결투를
state, the countless
치러나가는
spectators shan't get their much needed rest?
결과를
No,
궁금해하는
'tis cruel to force them to forgo sleep,
도통
only to
잠에들
see
수
the
없지
outcome of the
않다니까.
duel.
그래서야 이들이 너무 불쌍하지.
I don't know, people have foregone sleep for much more petty things.
그렇지 않은가?
Wouldst thou not
루신한테?
agree, Rocinante?
로신한테는 대답.
Rocinante replied, yes, your
맞는 말씀인
worship.
혹은 신발은
Or,
말이
no
없다.
response, it's just a pair of shoes.
아니면 혹은
Or maybe this is what Rocinante
대체
said.
그 바보 같은
I was
전투는
wondering when this
언제
dumb,
끝나나
pointless
했어.
battle will come to an end.
일찌감치 간식을
I prepared some refreshments.
준비해놨으니까
Why don't the two of you
그거나
enjoy them
같이
together or
드시는
something?
그렇게 해서
Thus, such a long
기나긴
duel
전투가
came to an
종지부를
end.
짓게 되었군요. 그럼 그
So,
전투의
is it really true that
승리자는
no one claimed
없었을까요?
victory? Did it truly
정말
end in a
무승부로
draw?
남았을까요?
I don't know. Let me use magical girl Dawn and we'll see.
그
The duel was indeed a draw, highly regular for tales of my
무승부였어.
adventures. A brief truce, if thou wilt.
하지만
Yet I must
엄밀히
claim that when it comes to
말하자면
technicalities, the true victor is
승자는
myself. Upon our final clash, my blade, my lance, was pressing forcefully against the knight's blade. With a heart of boundless generosity, I offered the knight a chance to parley with me. A truth.
그러시군요.
So you did.
그렇게 해서
Now that you've compromised the truth with no promised end date, what happened thereafter?
우리는
We became friends. The friendship's
결투를 통해
clash blades.
다져진
It's a cliched
우정이다.
trope for how rare it is in reality.
뻔하면서도 드문 이야기군요.
Unfortunate, but yeah. Don was equivalent to Lord, however, especially for the nobility of Spain and Spanish-speaking lands at the time the novel was made, especially in consideration that Don Quixote, or Alfonso... No, before taking the moniker of Don Quixote, was a member of nobility known as... I'll go, lowest rank of Spanish nobility at the time as part of it. Ah. Yeah, I knew the first half of that, but I did not remember the second, so I appreciate the recap up there, Apollo. Thank you. Yeah, I knew of Don's book and some details around it, especially because it's popular to reference in cultural osmosis here and there, but I don't think it's one of the ones I believe I've not read directly. It's only the ones I knew of going in.
그렇다면 기사의
Then did your wish
호응대로
come true, just as the knight has so
당신의 바람은
boldly
이루어졌나요?
proclaimed? Perchance? I kind of like Dante just contemplating there. The new great fixer slumbered within me. Mwahaha. Oh dang, that was a lot of damage taken. Ah, you know what? This explains what that one thing off the side was in the end. Interesting. Is there another one? I don't remember there being another. No, there's not another. I'm almost disappointed then. Of the predictable ending to Sanson's stage play. Pure story node only.
너희
Do any of you know what
이게
technique
대체
he's
몸이
using?
계속
I
움직이지도
can't move,
않고
not even an inch.
그걸 알았으면
Yeah, I think we're all
저희가
standing
이렇게
here like
가만히
mannequins for the
있겠어요?
hell of it.
하지만
Allow me to interject a
제가
posit that
짐작했을
some
땐
were likely
말이죠.
jealous of that
둘의
friendship.
모험가와
A friendship so
기사간의
bold, especially
돈독한
between
우정.
adventurer and knight, is bound to invite certain
시기를 유발하기
envious
마련입니다.
hecklers. Yes, indeed,
주위의
many
많은
did
이들이
grow envious of the
우리의
fellowship
우정을
between us.
시기하였지.
가시추님.
Ladies Yeshun, stay on
조심하십시오.
guard.
다들 정신
Wake up,
차려.
don't let the words of the man delude you. And yes, that's exactly what those
저렇게
hecklers
말하네.
said.
하지만
We wish to
진실된
maintain true
우정을
friendship for as long
끝까지
as
지키고
possible,
싶었던
however.
둘의
So
사이를
you swung your righteous
갈라놓으려
blade
했던
against those who
자들을
dared attempt to wedge a divide between you two.
렌스를
You swung your
둘렀습니다.
lance. No, don't let him. Foul villain?
앞에서
How
또다시
darest thou
더러운 실수를
try such
쓰는
vile
것이냐?
trickery again?
이라
Oh my.
그만 이야기가
It seems the
끊겨버렸군요.
story was cut short. Dang, I had to fight a director, or a Tragodian Arcanite story today, and now I have to fight a play director in this game too. Dang. Is there gonna be a third one? Am I gonna get 3 nickels for this?
가련한 자들입니다.
What a tragic sort they are.
신부는
The priest had wished to
이
care for them with all his
모두에게
heart, only to fail.
정성정작 이곳을 만든
All the
자는
while, the one who created this
제대로
place
돌아보지도
did not care for them. Do
들리시나요?
you hear it too? Even today, the
저곳은
parade
오늘도
continues. You do
라마차렌드의
not want to miss out on La Manchaman's
카니발
carnival and its parade.
그러니 다음
It appears that
이야기는
our story must wait until
잠시
next time.
미뤄두겠습니다.
With that, Sanson flicked his staff against Zeshun's posse. Most of our men stumbled before they slumped on the floor unconscious. And as the sinners stuck there, he disappeared from our sight. Blood bags and blood fiends began to fill the void. of Jieshun's query and the sinner's lukewarm answers. I must say, it's not often I run into something so specific as these titles. Then again, who is he? He almost took out my entire faction with a single
내
flick.
세력이 전부
We
손도 못
didn't
쓰고
even
그대를
stand a
당할
chance.
뻔했어.
그건 우리가 더
That's what I'd like to know, Lost.
그리고 너희 일행
By the
중
way, you there.
저자는 또
Who are
뭐야?
you? Zishun pointed at Dawn.
저자에게 유독
That guy seemed
관심이
interested
많아
in her for
보였어.
whatever reason.
역시
Forsooth, the scoundrel must
요즘
recognize I'm the most
가장
dangerous
조심해야
threat
할
against his
걸
villainous plan to
미친
foment
것인가?
evil. As the sinners gathered themselves way held up the line, holding back the endless horde of blood fiends in blood bags. He was protecting his men, yes, but his primary concern seemed to be the horde getting in Zishun's way. While I do not like this, I suggest you accompany your blood relative. Wei, what if he tries to take this
오빠가 이 틈을
opportunity to
타서
kill
날
me?
죽이면
But this young master is different.
하지만
Unlike the others, he's...
알아?
I know, he's not the
그럴
type to do something like
사람이
that. Imagine if it was Big Sister
원치는
Yeshun.
없어봐.
She would have sent her assassins after you the moment you met.
맞아.
Right, I guess if it was anyone
다른
else among my
언니
siblings, they would have sent their lackeys
저마다
against us
부리고 있는
already.
批판이
Or maybe I'm not even worth that much
나는
effort already.
이미 그럴 가치도 없나.
Thus, young Master Bayo is our only hope. Oh, my lady, there is no excuse,
들리십니까?
recourse. Do you hear it? The endless
맞습니다.
melodies?
알아.
I know, something went wrong in Area
상대에게서
3.
필요한 거니?
Will you be coming with Zishun?
임시
Just a temporary
동맹이야.
alliance, that is all.
우리 둘 다
From the
분배금이
looks of it,
목표는
neither of us are
아니고
interested in the reward money
서로
dividends,
각자
which
찾고
means
있는
we're
게
both
있을 것
here looking
같은데.
out for someone else, looking for someone else.
때까지
So at least until we get what we want.
알아.
I know, we'll be fighting again at
할머니가
grandmother
주신
until
간식을
once
다 먹고
grandmother's
나면
snack runs out, right?
다시 싸움
자신의
She's quite
뒤치다거리를
haughty
해달라고
for someone who
부탁하는
should be
건지.
groveling at us for help.
나와
Me and my
부하들은
men cleaned up
이
Area
구역을
2 in less than an
한 시간
hour,
그리고
and you only
너희는
got
한참을
here
지나서
after we
이곳에
were
도착.
finished.
우리는 중간에
Hey, we just
놓고 온 게
forgot to
있어서
fix
그런
something we
거거든.
left. We had to
우리는
backtrack, that's all.
30분도 안 되어서
I'm telling you, we
전부-
wiped the floor with them in less than 30 minutes.
그래.
Great, then we should have no trouble
그럼
cleaning this
내가
place up after I join you, right?
아무래도
Consider me a useful
뒤치다거리라기보단
first-rate silver slice,
써먹기 좋은
wouldn't you?
상등품
I'd say we're
운자가
quite on even ground,
너희들에게
so
온
why
것
would I
같지 않아?
grovel for help? Last so shameless, I'm at lost for words. Oh yeah, I see the family resemblance now.
칭찬인가요?
Is that a compliment? It's
여기야.
an insult. I think Honglu knows that and is just being a dick. And honestly, I don't blame him. So yeah, they did say that Area 3 was the one button that was never pressed in any previous one, in which is discussed Emil Sinclair's concerns and Don Quixote's delusions. Yeah, we're supposed to take these stories as delusions, but I'm not sure. So that Bloodfiend nabbed the priest as well, eh? Considering he's also the one who took the barber from Area 1. Okay, so I see. So the priest was supposed to be the boss of this area, and Ziashun already defeated him. Just like how we defeated Barber in Area 1 and then took him. Which means we'll probably have to fight all of them at once in the end, which is going to be mildly frustrating. Oh, you know what else is nagging at me? The way he talks, saying absolutely bonkers shite with a straight face like he's the only sane man.
무대의 장치.
It can be said the purpose of this
혹은
behavior is to
주연을
collect
모으려는
necessary stage
행동으로
props,
여겨지는군요.
or perhaps the main cast of a stage play.
그렇다면
In that case, we must keep
저희가
our
가장
eyes
주의를
on the stage play he
저희에게
wishes to show
보여주고자
us.
하는 그 무대입니다.
As long as I don't have to fight Dionysus again, I'm fine with that, I guess.
어떤 의도인지가
For we are yet to observe the
명확히
specifics of his
파악되지
intent. If only you kept your big mouth shut. Well, that is, I simply cannot stop myself when he asketh me to regale thy tale adventures. For they are the most ingenious tales, I say, though I speak from perchance, driven by villainous compulsion. Prithee, listen well. And like Zishun said, he could have easily taken us out if he wanted to, and yet he didn't.
그렇지도 않았어요.
Yeah, it's and given how long we've been fighting here, there's no way he doesn't know we have the power to rewind time, so he could definitely even take out Dante to prevent the time restore. Not that the sinners would let him do that, mind, but it still takes a moment to revive them after they've been killed. Oh, I really hate this.
짜증나네요.
I don't really like how
남의
it
손바닥
feels just
위에서
knowing we're just
움직이는
playthings in the
기분이야.
palm of his hand. Yeah, again. No. Playing the Arcanites event right before this was shockingly appropriate, I guess.
저
Alright.
관리자님.
Just remember, if Dionysus shows up, I'm gonna nope out of here. I don't want to have to fight him again. Excuse me, manager. I mean Dante. Sinclair carefully calls over to me.
눈치채고
I'm
계실
sure you
거라고
already noticed this,
생각하지만
but I thought I might mention it just in case.
이번 임무는
This mission Sinclair hesitated a while, unsure how he should word this. Then he looked directly at me with a degree of conviction.
돈키호테 씨와
about
관련된
Don
것이라는 걸,
Quixote
그리고
herself,
그걸
and that she is completely oblivious to
돈키호테
it.
씨는 모르고
Fie, what a tragedy, what tragedy to let that abominable blunt feed slip away. Yeah, you look totally torn up about that when you're excitedly telling us about that duel. Hardly did I know that a request to hear my tale would have such a seductive strength. 'Tis one of my dreams indeed, and yet how could I allow myself to be seduced like this? Once the mission is complete, I shall train my mind to the utmost. I stared at Dawn, who was chattering away with the other sinners in usual cluelessness, then back at Sinclair. Yeah, I mentioned before, Dawn is usually either a favorite sinner or least favorite sinner, depending on the situation. And I have the feeling her position is probably going to be secured by whatever happens in this chapter. I look forward to it. Clearly, he was conflicted about this as I am. Yeah. I'm sure you have good reason for not telling us what you know about her. Also, yes.
기억나세요?
Remember,
제가 고향에
back when we
갔을
went to
때
my hometown, Dawn gave me one heck of a
돈키호테 씨가
beatdown.
저를 막 때려눕혀.
I'm sure everyone, including myself, remembered what happened after Guido's death.
지금
Thinking back now, it's a bit embarrassing, but I remember what Dawn said when I was starting to lose control.
그때
Told
제가
me that I had to
분별을
return to my
잃고 날뛰고
senses.
그런 상황에서
I'm sure it needs a
몸소
degree of
나서서
courage and
행동하는 것도
determination to rise to the
분명
occasion
쉽진
like
않았을
that.
거예요. 하지만
But she
돈키호테
stepped in
씨는
without any hesitation for my sake. I want to be like her, and I want to be
저도
my best to be
그런
like her.
동료가
Well,
되고 싶어요.
I probably have a long way to go there,
그렇게
but
되기 위해
yeah,
노력해왔고요.
for all of her ditziness,
아직은 좀
Dawn does have a
부족할지도
number of things
모르겠지만
going for her that are genuinely appealing concepts, that's for certain.
너무
It's
과분한
not much
욕심은
too much for me to
아니겠죠?
hope for, is it? No, I think that's a good kind of thing to hope for. Yeah, I'm with you, Dante. Pray tell, what good kind of hope without speaking? Whoa! Ah, it seemed to have caught thee off guard. What is it? Oh, we were just chatting about the contract. Ooh, thou hast wisened up to it as well, then. No way. Verily, there's no other way to look at this. This mission, it must be about young Honglu. Does not say as we do. Honglu. Manager Esquire, I spy a need for thy to improve thy sight. Young Honglu's expression have appeared quite peculiar today, and I don't see what's different about him today. He hath even a dramatic reunion with a long-lost blood relative. Oh, and forget what's about the sudden onslaught of names of his other kin, this prone to room secret entities, which may be a history of drama. You know, if I didn't join the game and the menu didn't say advertise Canto 8 specifically as Honglu's, I might actually wonder if Dawn might actually have a good point here, because yeah, a lot of stuff here has actually been very surprisingly relevant for Honglu. And so while it was definitely the end of Warp Express did make it clear it's probably Dawn's, and if not for Virgilus's, I'd probably be wondering, yeah, if it wasn't for Virgilus making it clear the dreamer must wake up, I'd probably wonder, maybe Dawn has a point here. But yeah, unfortunately there's too many things that prevent me from falling for this. Although I suppose rather than a ditz, I could use the TV tropes term and call her a cloud cuckoo-linder. I think they even call the original Don Quixote that. Though I myself have nary one to call my kindred blood. I imagine such confrontations must be quite harrowing. You know, I'm sure it is, because everything we've heard about Honglu's family is that they are... there's a reason he's not with them right now, let's just say. Thus, Manager Esquire, prithee, take good care of young Honglu. Verily, from a certain perspective, we're sailing through each other's own adventures, must thou not stay? That is true. An adventure is much like a journey of suffering. 'Tis imperative thy heart remain steadfast through trials of tribulations of the quest. Allow me to share a tale of my own adventure to demonstrate. This tale is a tavern like any other, her tale of adventure continued through our entire journey to Area 3. Some sinners and I did pay attention, but we didn't find much of the story to be of any use. Okay, so we actually tried to pay attention to the adventure here, but, Wherein the story of dancing blood fiends and extravagant parade. Now, what about Area 3 makes it impossible to complete compared to the other two? Oak. I should probably put her first, yeah.
흑수 어디서?
Silly Dawn, indeed. Also, I don't think the order matches too much for this particular set, but
가지.
독재팀의 협조가 필요해.
마침내
H4와 8구의 안내는
oh right.
원하신다면
Let's borrow Merceau so that I get a boosted bonus for the event.
하나씩 차근차근 그어서
I still need to get the others later. Oh. Okay, when the festival music opened, I was reminded of the festival song from Final Fantasy XIV. I'm sorry, I am brain rotted. I am really silly like that. The long parade, which may lay beyond my sight, may have appeared like a real festival, full of joy and celebration from a distance. People marching in rows, singing that knew no end. The tune of their music was so helpful, so cheerful, that I almost felt myself compelled to join and dance along with the carnival procession. If the parade in question wasn't full of shambling blood bags and terrified sobbing and pleading of its victims, of course. Let us march together, oh happy hour, to the beat of upbeat drums, without worries or concerns. Here at the Grand Carnival, La Mancha Land, La Mancha. Help me, please. What lies ahead? Aha, we've a new guest. Yes, we've been getting so many new guests today. What lies ahead, you ask? Well, it's Dulcine the Beautiful, the lady of the parade. Ah, have you met any other fixers around? Brother, you still haven't read the room after all this time? Only two possibilities. They're either blood-bagged and dancing with us here, or killed the blood-bags and made it to the front. Well, sounds like we should keep moving to the front then. No, stay with us. Come on, stay with us and dance. I suppose I can give them their last dance, but it's not one they are gonna care for. Blood bag of the painful parade. Okay, blood of the joyful parade. Blood being the joyful parade. Happy parade. I swear I'm not gonna make a Black Parade reference. I swear. Oh crap! I just did. Damn it. Oh, she is with us. Yeah, Zishun. Let's see her. Crimson Strike, Crimson Phoenix, Crimson Spring, Adept Evasion. Aw, she's only up tie 3. Her defense skill doesn't. I can tell because her defense skill doesn't have an element to it. Seems like she has no egos, which is a little disappointing. Still, it's nice to see her actively participating in combat, though. That's really neat. I must say, you can very clearly tell the production values for this game are going up with each and every Canto, and I appreciate it. The general writing goes up as well, which is also nice. The enemy is heavily wounded. The sinner suffered fatal damage. We need to take immediate measures. So they hit one of the sinners with something they're weak to. Unfortunate. Oh wow, that's a really rough stun. Even that was part of the plan? Oh dear. Poor Faust. Still squishy, but should still be fine, I think. Oh dear, Gregor got stunned. That's a little bothersome. 1, 2, 3. Oh dear, that's 3 staggers. Alright. We're doing this the proper way. It's ego time, baby! Oh yeah, we're losing these clashes more than we need to. It wasn't Gregor, it was Yisang that got stunned. Oops. Sorry, I usually go by hat, I Yes, apparently I go by hat. There we are.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
This will activate the ego passive as well, so that should be nice.
한눈 팔지 마세요. 내 말은 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
Excellent. That's yeah, that ego may be stronger against a single target than multiple, but it doesn't change that hitting multiple still helps a lot. It's a strong ego no matter what.
당신 짝패군요.
Evade. Evasion failed.
올인이었나요? 최대전.
Excellent.
さんの作戦
That was a good strategy, Dante.
전부 준수했으니 상관없지.
That was a bit more tricky than I was expecting.
도박장죄로 의뢰를 냈다
See now where
싶더니
there we are.
이렇게나 밑장 빼는
Dang,
놈이 반가워지네.
44%.
아,
Yeah, it turns out a free extra
달은
attack
미래
every
없이
2 to 3 hits
놀아도
really adds up.
사무소 놓았네.
Of the battles the sinners fought on their journey to the front of the parade. Alright, runs again, we have to borrow the Merceau for the maximum bonus, so let's do that.
만곡된 직선을 직선으로
Adds a pretty good
질주하겠어.
amount, I must say. I'm seeing some changes in the enemy behaviors.
이쪽으로.
물 넘고 껍질을 제쳐라.
Hard blood card. I command the cult. Alright, see you later, Infinity. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you enjoyed the vampire chapter.
サンタさんの作戦とても効果的でした向こうにも事情があるのでしょうですが私たちは止まれません
해보겠네. 좋아, 코이코이.
The enemy is staggered. It is safe to attack. Ooh, struggling. Yeah, I think that might be worth the time there. It shuffles her deck, but given she has blue right now, I think that's worth the time.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね
Excellent.
아직 직구할 내역이 남았으니 그들은 맛있게.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
Oh, she's still blue, huh? Perhaps a quick snag harpoon wouldn't hurt. Doesn't need too many resources.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘
Just make sure she gets the
들어오는데.
purple thingy.
빨리빨리.
Purple attack.
내가 찾은 나만의 항해 방식.
I do like how their base egos change with the dialogue changes with each Canto complete. That's real focus on them. Tremor burst.
비가 오고. 아메스코.
Full 5 coin on that one's pretty nut is for finishing enemies off, that's for sure.
정당한 공무 집행.
마음 놓고 열어졌지.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
This fight is unavoidable. Ooh, an A-res. Now that's good. Guess I'll grab a second break while this goes.
꺾고 제쳐라. 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
이련해. 대상 사망. 징수 진행.
There we are. There we are.
도박장죄로 의뢰를 냈다 싶더니 이렇게나 밑장 빼는 놈들이 한가득일 줄이야.
That reminds me, how's the...
한 달은 의뢰 없이
Well,
놀아도
pretty well, actually.
되겠는데요. 사무소
Oh, right,
노는
I've got some rewards here. Actually, yeah, I'm almost complete entirely. Alright, let's just keep going and finish it off then. We're in the tale of Cassetti's final impiety and the tragic nature of the lyrics. Yeah, I don't mind using these. And of course, we borrow the Merceau. Thank you, whoever's a fan of Cassetti Merceau, because it's quite nice.
정리 시간이다.
There we are. We finally found a moment of respite from the Blood Fiends. I looked towards Don Quixote for a moment before turning to Faust. I had to know the answer to this question before moving forward. Faust knows why, doesn't she? Why? What caused Don to transform back then? Yeah, the only thing that seemed to happen, as far as we're aware, is that the vampire tried to turn her, and that seems to be it.
네.
Yes.
여기까지 온
I suppose there's
이상
no reason this information should remain
말씀드리지
classified from you now that we're
않으려고
here.
혈귀에게
The Blood
피를
Fiends, going
거스르는
against the
해류는
Blood
큰
stream is
그때
akin to a
카세트는
taboo. Back in the
Don
warp
Quixote
train,
씨를
Cassetti attempted to
권속으로
turn
만들려고 했습니다.
Don to one of his train. In other words, a lower Blood
하위
Fiend
권속이
attempted to turn
상위
a
권속이
higher Blood Fiend.
권속
Didn't Moses say there's a psychological barrier that makes them practically impossible to do that?
로시나테
Yes,
때문입니다.
there was a variable then by the name of
로시나테를 신고 있는 동안
Ricinante. As long as Ricinante remains on her feet,
피를
Don
향한
Quixote
욕망을
loses all
제외한
characteristics and
혈기로서의
powers of a
특성과
Blood
힘은
Fiend, save for her
모두
desire
잃을
for blood. Has she really been desiring blood this whole time? I don't recall her mentioning it.
그러다가
Then, when it was sensed that Cassetti had
금기를
broken the
어긴
Blood
것을
Fiend
반한
taboo, it
로시나테가
slipped off on their own from
동표
Dawn,
탈비로서의
and Dawn, her
본성을
true
되찾은
nature of Blood
동표
Fiend
대신
returned. Something must have been a
해류를
strong level of
저지르려 한
instinctual
카세트에게
revulsion and fury against
거부감과
Cassetti, who
분노를
attempted to
느꼈을
break the taboo.
유독 강렬한
That would explain her
공격성을
high level of
보였던 것도
aggression at the
그
time.
때문이었을 겁니다.
Then, come on, where's the end of the line? There's no time to gripe. Clear the path ahead so our executive manager won't have to suffer the
더
monsters.
질문하지
Will you
않으시나요?
not inquire further? No, of course I had a whole mountain of questions to ask her, but the answers did not lie with Faust. Because what matters now is that we keep going forward. I'm going insane from this boring thirst. Blood Fiend holding a parasol. But yeah, why is yeah, how is... So Dawn lost everything except her thirst for blood, and yet she hasn't demanded blood of any kind. In the streets, Sandra's so many tasty morsels for us. As tears, my nails are falling. As it tears, my nails are falling off. As it cracks, my hands, my face. Keep smiling with those lips. I can't move my lips stuck in a smile. The lyrics are, yes, getting increasingly depressing. Yeah, I guess we're doing them a favor at this point by finishing them all off.
敵に変化が見られます。
I'm seeing some changes in the enemy status. Yeah, they all have the festival bonus now. I guess I'd best be wary.
リンバスカンパニーの
I'm
皆さん
excited to work alongside Limbus.
本当に嬉しいです。
물론고 꺾고 제쳐라.
Oh, there we go. I knew I could rely on you, Faust. Her damage may not be particularly high, but she does so many useful things to help the team. I appreciate it.
최대선
깔끔하게 물었군.
Ooh. Ishmael lost for once. Took a lot of damage, too. Ugh. Ah, but she won this one.
3월
Yeah, I've noticed that Ishmael's very much more offensive oriented, so here we are.
敵は深手を負っています。
Let's go here.
당신
Yeah, I'm not gonna bother with Dimension Shredder on Yisang. It's really just here for the bonus to the event stuff. I guess if I don't need to worry about losing anyone anyways, just because if that happens, I can just bring out the reserve. And Rodian's in that reserve. She'll probably finish off all of these with ease, given how powerful she can be in her negative sanity form. Although I wouldn't discount the value of her positive one either, just because she can take a surprising amount of hits there.
해보겠네.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고
Oh dear.
나가리판이네. 다음.
Yeah, let's do it this way. Yeah, and if I'm struggling, an ego usually fixes that.
일기당천.
여행엔
The
목적이
Odyssey had a
있었지.
purpose. Time for the Gunblade. Not much damage, but I don't honestly mind that. As long as the Clash rate 1, that's what I care about.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
Excellent.
아득한 야정,
In this long
멈추지 않는
journey,
시대에서
restlessness, search for hope
희망과
and a future.
미래를 찾아
Find your own answer.
스스로 답을 구하시길.
좋아. 코이코이.
Dang, he survived.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
There we are.
깔끔하게
エリ
물었군.
ートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
You're just skilled as the elite operators. There we are. Yeah, this should be good.
당신 짝패불문.
Excellent.
물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
Easy enough.
아직 징수할 내역이 남았으니 숙지는 마시. 아직 징수할 내역이 남았으니 숙지는 마시게.
Yeah, these random enemies are a lot tougher than before. But nothing I can't handle, especially now that I actually have some idea of what I'm doing. I mean, not all of it still, but I'm getting there.
우리는요? 3월. 앵화!
リンバスカンパニーの皆さん、この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
Yeah, might as well obliterate everyone.
물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
Splattered 1.
바람
Splattered
불어오는
2.
대로 짓밟아라.
Lose yourself.
그쪽 방향이 아닐
And that's
텐데.
3 down.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
소매는 단정하지 않군요.
Confiscation.
이런
That's another
대상
one.
사망.
That's all of them down.
징수술은
Yep.
불가.
Victory. Satisfying.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아시가
In which is continued the parade of despair.
가까워진 것이야.
This one's pure combat, so no story.
그러니
I will, however, bring the Merceau in.
꼭 내게도 은자를 풀어주시오.
Current identity loadout is lower. Interesting.
차근차근 그어서
Yeah, unfortunately, it's of all those, it is definitely Otis that's holding the average level back. That said, I don't think it would have been a huge difference in this particular case. I do need to be wary going forward. Like, if a boss fight is particularly tough, I might seriously want to consider moving her away or out of the team.
대대전.
A glass cannon is... Then again, I guess I do have ways to help a glass cannon here. I just need to be careful.
3월. 앵화!
Then again, even
とても効果的でした。
Ishmael here can take hits better than Otis right now, so something to keep mind of, I guess.
당신 짝패군요.
Well, it's okay if Dawn loses the clash since Dawn can take hits. She did lose in the end. Unfortunate, but that's how it goes sometimes.
당신
Staggered one should have exploded this turn.
짓밟아라.
좋아. 코이코이. 3월. 앵화!
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
Oh dear. Might be a little painful. Come on, really? There we go. That's the value of having multiple points instead of just one.
꺾고 제쳐라.
効果的な攻撃でした。
Effective attack. Cracked the coin. Still gonna get a hit off, but well, not if it's stunned. Adept evasion.
나가리판이네. 다음.
Stacking the deck.
これが必要な戦いであれば。
이쪽으로.
Oh, nice.
아득한 여정.
This should clear out a
멈추지
decent
않는
group.
시대에서
If not, I guess I get a bit of restoration on someone who really needs it right now, so...
답을 구하시길.
당신 짝패군요.
This reminds me. I guess that reminds me, I do need to do the mirror dungeons this week still. Probably later this weekend, I guess.
거꾸로 제쳐라.
꿈에는 단정하지 않군요.
좋아. 코이.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데. 깔끔하게 물었군.
We're tearing through them pretty quickly, I'd say. I'd say it's going well. Slap. Gain base power. Free base powers are kind of nice.
깔끔하게 물었군.
가속. 최대선. 집행한다.
Looks like things are in our favor. Let's keep it up. Yeah, these last few enemies are going to be easy pickings.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라. 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라. 가속.
Come on, are you still alive, buddy? There we go. How stubborn of them to stay alive like that. Oh well.
도박장죄로 의뢰를 냈다 싶더니 이렇게나 밑장 빼는 놈들이 한가득일 줄이야.
Of what befell the scene in the
한 달은 의뢰
beautiful
없이 놀아도
and Don
되겠는데요?
Quixote.
사무소 노놨네.
This one sounds like it's going to be very intriguing.
복제팀의
Fine.
H사와 89의 안내는 제게
I mean,
맡기시죠.
I'm borrowing him, might as well use him.
에고 침식도
Yeah, I'm not worried about this.
아마도
The highlight of the parade must be near. The song changes again. And we built for our very own happy kingdom. Say goodbye to pain. Rest well, O Father. All be jolly now at this kingdom of joy. La Machalan. Come on, come all. Is she Dulcina? Underneath the garish violet parasol she stood. At her feet squirmed someone, slowly dying, ensnared in this bizarre spectacle. It's the blood fiend hunter. It's that blood fiend hunter we met at the empty lot.
그 사냥꾼들도
Even the
당한
hunters?
당장
Hark, cease
그만두게나!
thy villainy this instant! The blood fiend leading the parade in a beautiful, extravagant dress. She quietly regarded us from behind the mask and under her parasol.
말해.
Then speak.
그만둬야
Why
해.
must we stop?
그 답은
This is a question
단순하다니.
answer most simple and
명확하지.
obvious.
정의롭지
Because thy
않은
villainy is
행동이지 않은가?
unjust.
이 악독한
We have come to
라만차는들을
rain destruction on the
처벌하기
den
위해
of
우리가
villainy,
왔으니
La Machaland.
창조자가 있는
Thus speak
곳을
plainly
순순히
of the founder's
털어놓고
whereabouts and accept thy rightful
벌을
punishment.
받으시게나.
그렇구나.
I see.
너
So you're still playing that
그
childish
유치한
make-believe.
이건 놀이가
Just no
아닐세.
make-believe, 'tis part of mine hallowed adventure. Oh, your eyes. I've always hated them.
눈앞에
Look of
벌어지는
arrogant
모든
disinterest, as
것에
though nothing before you was ever worth your concern, as though you're not part of the world, but only a detached observer. Long did I wonder to see your eyes twinkle so vividly again. And now that I finally see them, I find myself hating them still. Still as foul, revolting, and hateful for all that glimmer. Every day we paraded in a circle in the very same route, with the very same heart, wishing for a new day to begin. Though Cassetti, who played the prince of the parade, has left to build his own kingdom, a lone princess should be enough to rouse our guests. What to do? Hypnotize people with this music?
틀렸어.
Wrong question, because I was also charmed by an illusion.
다들
All seem to mistake that I am the mistress of the parade, that I lead the path, only because I stand the forefront of it. Because I am Dulcina, the most beautiful, noble, I was given the role of the carnival's lady. I do not lead it. I am but yet another attraction of the parade. Huh, I see now. This is a parade of broken things, biting one another in a cycle of infinity. Do you see now? La Mancha Land is where we relive our beginning and ends, not because it is said amusement parks have no place for what isn't happy. Fated to repeat our beginnings and ends ad infinitum, in times when we were still happy, when we were still us. Because only then shall our shared memories become tainted by happiness.
중요한 건가?
The fixers who were assigned by the area, they're all dead then. Funny, isn't it? Every other fixer was assigned the same area as us, stabbed us in the back,
배신하는 바람에 전부
and doomed us all. How pathetic and posturing to just die here from a knife in my back. Dead? No, they've but joined the parade, for they were not worthy to have a part in our ending. Humans devoured and driven by hatred seek no betterment nor happiness, with no other purpose or direction in life other than to slaughter as many of us as possible. So hideous, yet so pitiful. We'd only wish to relive our memories. I can hardly contain my disgust at thine excuses. Dawn boisterously cut through Dulcina's despondent musings. We need not mire ourselves in discussion of worthiness being of thy deserved judgment. Blood fiends, from what I've heard, it is said thy kind slay humans and commit all kinds of depraved, heinous immorality is just for a single drop of blood. Is that all there is to it? For so paltry a reason? For something so puerile, insignificant and trivial? How darest thou seek to deprive humans of the right to live for such trifling gluttony? Dulcina remains silent. She looks away in the distance, staring at times of past, then closes her eyes. Now that I muse upon it, perhaps this feeling of mine towards you is actually envy. You have everything we've ever wanted, just claiming that name as your own. Those twinkling innocent eyes. I hate them still. Indestructible and unseverable. Second kindred. Ooh, Dulcina's a second kindred. Disgraced blood bag. Alright. Yeah, let's go with here. Dominating. Neutral, favored. Whatever this is, I should probably have her stop, what's this one? Prioritize an unstaggered ally. If the target's an ally, gain clash power and fix the damage to 0. Ally replaces effect with offensive level up on the next turn. Okay, yeah, I need to clash these at all costs. Hopeless. You know what? No, I can deal with this. I've got backups, which means I can fight this out if I have to. Hopeless. Struggling.
정당한 공무집행이다.
Yeah, she's winning the clash with him, so I don't have to worry about her. Oh, come on, really? There we go. It should be easy for me to get a 3 in a row of a red card. Those are the most common ones. The skill ones are common after all. Neutral. Hopeless. Struggling. Favored. This might be the best way to do it then. Ugh. Wow, Don really got lucky there.
시간이
Crap, we were losing really hard here.
皆さんしっかりし
Yeah,
て
if I
く
knew
だ
this.
さい
Get together, everyone. I do have backup, so maybe I should, Yeah, I think it might be better to redo my team here. I did have backups, don't get me wrong. I probably could have still won with that, but
이래가지고는
yeah,
의뢰가
Dawn's
뭐고
required, but that's
제목 하나
fine.
검사하기도 어려워서.
And because I want her here anyway.
아, 사무소에서 사람을 더
네, 원하신다면
마침
H사와
바로 가지. 이 순간에도 시간이 새고 있다.
And of course, borrow them or so again.
오, 청소 준비 완료?
Backup deployed.
왕의
Yeah, the other two are now really
행진이다.
dropping it, but I don't think this will be an issue at all. Alright, time to skip to the battle here and have our fun question mark. Neutral, it's very risky. Alright, we're gonna do it this way. Favored. This is really dangerous. We're gonna do it this way anyways. And I'm gonna keep defending with Rodian to put her into negative zone. This should allow her to do her high DPS mode. Alright, good. We're in where I want to be. Dominating. Wow. Favored. Hopeless. Struggling. The dodge might be a bit painful, but we should be able to do this here. This boss theme's pretty good, actually. I like it. Alright, this will be the last one here. Favored. Favored. Struggling, yeah.
이쪽으로.
Not much I can do about that, I suppose. There we go. Snake Pang is excellent. And we got the full power here. And 2, 3, 4, and delicious 5. Oh yeah, that is so satisfying. I'm glad I went for Ishmael so hard for Ishmael. She's definitely one of the most fun IDs I've gotten. Get ready, everyone. Panic, Bride of Nihility. Morale effects turns low morale. Panic types. Low morale effects gain power up and defense up. Dominating. Dominating, neutral, unopposed, neutral. Dominating. Yeah, I need to make sure I'm dominating that. A little dangerous, but we'll have to do it this way then.
일기당천.
아직 징수할 내역이 남았으면
That's one enemy down. Wonderful.
진행 불가.
Rhodians, once again, proving that she is ridiculous.
물넘고 꺾고 제철.
タンタさんの作戦と
Walk
て
of
も効果
Grace.
的でした
사물. 앵화.
And that's not all it does. Oh dear, there's 9 enemies. Despairing blood bag. That's more of the vampire hunters. Favored. Dominating. Dominating. Favored. There we are.
해보겠네.
Am I supposed to defeat? Oh, am I supposed to defeat the trash mob to power her down? I probably should, actually. Crap, she stunned him with that. That's really lame. I won the clash, but still got stunned.
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
There we go, he's down. Conditions unmet to learn. At 5+, use a powerful skill next turn. You gain 2 in Blood Bag, gain 1 Fragile every time this unit Fragile consumes a 5 stack. Imperfect Parade. She becomes weaker the more I do this, or I could just focus her down in particular. Turn star, gain and protection. Gain 1 less with every ally death, gain 1 less. So yeah, I do weaken her by doing that, but... Oh, excellent, the red card. Dominating. Dominating. That should be good.
일기당천.
Yeah, her defenses are really a pain in the ass, but at the same time... Oh wow. Oh wow, Rodeo completely obliterated that. This fight's ours because words. Yeah, she gets weaker. She gains some bonuses, but it seems the main way you're intended to beat her is to kill her minions. But I also don't want her to get any attacks off, so... Oh, whatever.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
Granted, I am very glad that I waited for the Walpurgis before doing this chapter, because the Walpurgis IDs are definitely pulling their weight. Wow. I can't believe Rodian's so powerful. I mean, don't get me wrong, Ishmael's really powerful too. They're just ridiculous. Pull off a really powerful attack after losing 5. Here we are. Struggling. Neutral. Oh wow. All that just for neutral. Maybe I should actually try this one here. Dominating. There we are. I need to cancel that attack at all costs. Very good Canto or Pierce Resist, so Rodian's very cracked. Favored. That should kill those two, but actually it might be good for Rodian to target this. Use this here. Dominating. Actually, what am I doing? Let's do it this way. Offset the guard there. This should do the trick.
이쪽으로.
Offset the guard, which will also get us some gluttony energy and also repair us. Alright. Snag harpoon.
내가 찾은
Yeah, okay,
나만의
good. I
항해
clashed
방식.
this her big ultimate so that she didn't get it off. Of course, it has an unbreakable coin, so it's probably still gonna nuke us just for less damage, but I think the damage reduction on it was worth it.
3코.
Only 3, but that's still something. Ishmael's still probably my favorite just because I love how her gameplay goes, but I can definitely see why so many love Rodian. Rodian's hopeless, oh dear. Favored, maybe that's a good way to do it there. Dominating. Favored. Ishmael good, hasn't read her kit yet. I genuinely think she is. I've heard some mixed opinions, but I really like her. Basically, you pay attention for what color her skill is here and you match it. Do it and she gets an extra attack every so often with a bunch of damage. Really, I'm having a lot of fun with her. But of course, I don't have any red skills right now, so I have to make do with what I got. Favored. Yeah, I need to make sure I'm fueling the gluttony engine right now.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Ishmael's definitely my favorite favorite ID I've played so far, and that is counting Rodian so far. Although I guess I still need to play more of Magical Girl Dawn. Yeah, if you play Ishmael's cards right, you basically get a free extra attack every 2 to 3 turns with anywhere from 3 to 5 coins. It's really nice. I love it. She also has almost every sin available in her deck, so she's also pretty good for helping fuel the other egos and such. Excellent. This should kill that enemy and also damage 2 others.
멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아
It'll also keep the team a little sustained.
답을 구하시길.
It's no fluid sack, but there's a reason I'm not using fluid sack. No, she's not winning. Yeah, my understanding is that in a vacuum, she's a genuinely powerful ID. It's just that she doesn't have too many teams that she's favored in unless you're specifically building around her. Dawn is dominating. I can probably do it this way. Dominating. Dominating. Okay, that's good. Favored. That's good enough. This is not the most ideal situation to be in, but we gotta do what we gotta do.
잘 생각해보라고. 이건 예상 못했나 봐.
But yeah, I do use the main DPS my charge team over multi-crack Faust. I actually have all the middle IDs from my random pulls here and there, so I'm thinking maybe I'll get Middle Merceau built and make an NB Resonance focus team using her. She's pretty good at those. Holy crap. Beckon the audience hither. And that's all it does. Sometimes I can feel something different. I do, however, have the multi-crack Heathcliff from the event, so I'm thinking I could use him to help charge up, help power up my Magical Girl Dawn. It's a bit funny. It all started when one of my first 3 stars was middle Sinclair, so I just raised him so that my Sinclair would actually have a good ID. Dominating. Unfortunately, that's unbreakable coin, so it's still getting off, but I still think it's worth my time to do that simply by virtue of the fact of it, Yeah, I'm gonna have to focus the gluttony energy here. Favored. And we'll do it this way. Dominating. That should be good. Mill seems good and all, but no ego resource, a big downside. Unless, of course, you're using egos that focus on envy. Like, I do have Hex Snail Faust, and she takes only envy, for example. And of course, Heathcliff's default is also an envy ID, is also an envy ego, so I can use that as well. Well, unless we're talking via story mode, because I noticed it went from purple to red during that one cutscene, and I thought that was pretty clever. Crap, that hurts. Speaking of which, I might want to use Dawn's. I have her base ego at up tie 4 for no other reason than it gives a guaranteed heal rather than requiring to win the coin flip to get heads there.
피를 머금을 시간이야.
Favored. Blue, huh? Alright, blue it is. Dominating. Favored. Dominating. Dominating. Actually, why am I doing that? I need to dominate the other one. Yeah, see, that one's dominating. I can probably let her attack the other one. Title Elegy. Is it blue or gloom blue? As far as I'm aware, yeah. Her card can only be 3 colors equal to her basic attack, so it's gloom blue, not Pride. Pride is Hanafuda Ishmael's guard ability, and her guard basically shuffles the deck and changes the color, so it's only either red, yellow, or gloom blue. Pride from her... Yeah. So yeah. Pride of Wonders.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서.
Yeah, it's also nice that you have a few options. Even if you have if none of the cards you drew match what she wants, you can either reset the deck with her guard, or you can try and use skill 3, since that automatically helps her and reshuffles it. Oh no, it doesn't shuffle, it just... I can read it in a moment. First, we have to see what's going on here. Yep, there she is. Because of all our minions are gone, she's the dead. Here. Yeah, skill, here we are, skill 3. 10 damage for every bright. Yeah, if you match the colors, you get bright, which basically increases her damage, and her attacks in general get stronger from it. Coin power up for every ace on target. If the target has any of these. Yeah, and basically if you match them all, you get Kozan with coins equal to the amount of matches you get. So ideally, you want to get 5. Now, which is stronger again? Her skill 3, so that's going to be the Pride one. She only has 1 there, which is rather a little unfortunate. I believe his Pride's the best one there. Alright, everyone, mow them down.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Oh, she's summoning more.
勝機
We
を
have their
つかむ
hand.
時で
Now's
す
the time to press the advantage. Interesting. What are the statuses here? Yeah, let's go to this. Withered, Star for Blood. Oh my, she's losing more. Bloodfest consumed. Oh dear. Imperfect Parade. Total stacks consumed. Gain 1 fragile every time 5 is eaten. So she's gradually getting weaker and weaker. It's a cycle by this point, but her shield's gone. Dominating. Dominating, but that's 3 coins, damn it. That's gonna be a little tricky. What colored card does Ishmael have right now?
이미 입회 중입니다.
Yellow.
제게 말을
I don't have
걸면
yellow.
룰 위반이죠.
I don't want to. I'll just use the blue one then. This should be good.
자,
Her SP is at -45, though, so it should be pretty
잘
easy to win.
생각해보라고.
Yeah. My team basically being half Tremor and half, Sinking has been pretty useful here. That said, I was only lucky enough to draw the 2 raid up Walpurgis IDs. I had to shard the other 2. Saving my resources paid off. Oh wow, that was a ton of damage.
피날레를 시작하자.
The finale. The reduced damage really helped us, but wow, that was a pain in the ass.
붉은 가시가 만발할 거야.
Alright, whatever, we can do this. Hopeless, struggling, ugh. And top it all off, bleed. Actually, I could do it this. No, I don't want to use that. Well, actually, no. Yeah, like I said, Hexanail actually does have favored dominating. Dominating. Dominating? Actually, can I dominate this? Yes, then I should dominate that first. And what card do I have? Blue. It's a little expensive, but you know what? Why not? And some Pride Energy should be good here. Let's do it.
해보겠네.
Hexnail. Yeah, I just saw that one just has
가슴 가장 깊은 곳까지.
it purely uses 6 envy and nothing else. So not bad. There we go. Wonderful. That's 2 of them down since Zeishun's team beat me to beating the
예전보다 많이
priests.
나아진 것 같다.
And
나도.
I've gotten a lot better, I think.
그러고 보니까 그 환상체 이제 가오를
Let's
내려줄 나이가
continue, which is
없어졌지.
discuss the memory necessary to bring
다시
light of clarity to this
관리를
tale of
맡겨줄 수
adventure. Alright, finally, we're gonna get some answers. Since Dulcina actually knows Dawn, or at least is openly stating that, we might finally get some answers. You kept Rodian at 1 stack through all that? Yeah, I only used... Oh. Yeah, I only used her defensive skill once to get into negative and let her... And then just primarily used her to clash, win clashes with it. To be fair, I did win. Yeah, but yeah, I'm starting to see why people consider these fights to be designed assuming you're using Fluid Sac, because that was a lot of unavoidable damage, just straight up unavoidable. And while granted I did have reserve, in fact I probably could have even beaten the first fight just because I had a good amount of reserves. I think it was better through all this. Yeah, I know there's still a lot of nuances to Rodian I'm still learning about. So mostly me trying her out has been either having her start out in positive to tank or starting in negative for damage and figuring her out from there. Answer me now, why hast thou claimest that I have?
이 이름에
What weight
무슨
did my
무게가
name carry?
있었던
Speak.
그들은
Where, how, didst thou...
이 구역의
Everything.
혈귀들이
Everything that we blood fiends of this area desire. To exist in ignorance of the truth that we are going in, going in circles, not marching towards what lies ahead. Oh,
같은 곳을
Moogle raid.
순환하고 있을 뿐이라는 사실을 잊기
Oh, looks like, you're saying ARC Raiders? I'm not familiar with that one. I think I saw you playing it for a bit, but I didn't see much of what was going on. Was that a multiplayer game you were playing with someone? Hope you had a good time. Welcome, welcome. I'm Luce, your resident legally distinct Fey creature. I am here playing in Chapter 7 of Limbus Company. We're in the middle of a festival, of a carnival being run by vampires. So lots of fun all around. Welcome. And if you need to go, Krim, I understand, self-care, like you mentioned to me, self-care is important. So thanks for the raid, I appreciate it. I heard about this one. Yeah, it takes a bit of, also, why is it listing me as raid? That's funny. Yeah, it has a bit of a slow start. Once it gets to around chapter 3, it starts picking up a lot more. Chapter 4 is really good, it just has a bit of pacing, but my personal favorite, you can definitely see the general writing quality and production values going up with each and every chapter, and that includes this one here. This one's a pretty big step up from the last one, which, step up from the last. It's also a bit weird from Gacha's terms. Basically, you have 12 characters, and that's your lot. You never gain any more. Instead, you just pull for alternate forms and ultimates. I've been told the game has been beaten with just the starting ones as well, so even if you like those, you can still use them. Kinda neat. Yeah. But I'm also an adult who likes to gamble here and there, so that's why it worked there. But even if you don't, it has been very enjoyable just purely as a story perspective, I can tell you that much. Though granted, I haven't actually paid for polls. I just bought the one item that was pay and get the announcer. Sorry, I'm just droning on and on at this point. If you've got stuff to do, and thank you very much for the raid, Krim, and have a good time. Anyone wants to stay? We're gonna have a lot of VN stuff here since this is gonna be a bit of story here. We're gonna find out the true identity of one of our teammates. Love this game because I didn't need to rely on gacha like others. Yeah, I've played a lot of genuinely free-to-play friendly gachas, so I have a lot of opinions I could describe about them, but I will definitely say this one feels like it's been handled best in that aspect. Plus, like I said, even the base ones you start with are still used frequently, so if you have a favorite, by all means, you are to use it. And since you've only got 12 playable characters, they call them sinners, the 12 sinners, and you don't get any more, you don't have to worry, it doesn't have to worry about trying to sell you on new characters or anything, which can be good because it means it only has to worry about, it can focus the entire story around them, but it can be a bit disappointing in that if you bounce off them, it might be a bit disappointing, but I don't know, even one of my least favorites ended up turning into one of my top favorites after playing their story chapter, so I think I'd say the writing is pretty great. To exist in the ignorance of the truth, we are going in circles, not marching towards lies ahead. Something we all desire, but own not yet to have. Oblivion. That is to which all are lost in this area yearn so desperately for. The privilege to flee from everything, from desires, from shame. The gift of oblivion, the innocence, the naivete to endure and live through another day. Oh, and not again. I thought it was about time you missed me. Is it high time you regaled us with that particular tale, isn't it? Tell us how that grand adventure, for which you all abandoned us all, ended. That's right, Don Quixote is apparently a vampire queen of some kind. Either losing her memories or sealed away in some fashion. I think sealed away because we've seen her die That's kind of the big thing here. The sinners all die very, very easily, but our character can bring... Dante can bring them back because they have the power to restore time itself. Yeah, this game takes place in the same universe as Lobotomy Corporation and Library of Ruina. However, speaking as someone who never played those other two games, it does actually do a pretty good job of explaining the world and universe rules to you starting out here, so you don't have to play them to enjoy it. And that's pretty nice. And that's something I do appreciate about it. It's definitely something you don't really realize the importance of until you've played games that lack it, and that's why I try to pay attention for it. I've had the experience with the Fate series, although I think people really exaggerate how hard it is to get in the Fate series. To be blunt, I say you could start basically anywhere you feel like it, and it'll get you up to speed with the universe. It's just that, like Destiny or Kingdom Hearts or stuff like that, you kind of get lost in there once you go in, so, just be warned that if you get into that franchise, that's hell you're walking into, buddy. Tell us how the grand adventure went. What? Galloping on and on, as always. Rocinante is merrily and energetically galloping with you upon its saddle. Come on, just die! Fuck. Poor Romero. He had so many interesting scenes. It's almost like they wanted to get us attached to him so that his anticlimactic death would be that much more disappointing. While leaving us to slowly expire in a most painful death, like this poor soul. Enough. Please, enough. Thy strength must surpass mine. Thus bound I have become by sorcery, yes. Please, I beseech thee so. I have no choice but to beg, for I cannot turn my tongue to a sharp spear to skewer thee. I'll pray unto thee, cower and grovel, to cease this wickedness. Well, why stop now? Don't you just love sharing the stories of your adventures with everyone? Isn't this exactly what you always wished for? You have such a captive audience before you, listening to your tale more intently than ever. You won't get another opportunity like this. I don't want to, not anymore. Wow. This guy's so awful, he got Don Quixote to not want to share her stories for once. And Don is someone who will absolutely talk your ear off if you give her the chance. Oh, but you will share your tale, for that is your role in this play. Thus you, Rocinante, and the Knights of the White Moon embark on your final adventure. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say, you fled. We saw so many rivers on the way here, didn't we? All these rivers were beneath the city all along. It is said that when an ever-florescent tree comes to blossom, steeped and nurtured in the waters of many rivers since saplinghood, it becomes imbued with a special power. I can't even begin to imagine what powers a tree born from that particular river may hold. Pray tell, what river is it that we seek? Well, none of the rivers we've walked by is the one we're looking for. Not this one either. Regrettably, no. Perhaps we should seek a river that flows deeper into the abyss. The depths of the ruins are certainly dangerous, even for someone who's ventured down here in the past. It's a given, even you will run for its money, hasn't it? What river is this? Whoever drinks of this river shall be granted vision of a certain future. It brings the drinker vision. Oh my. I was not expecting a second raid already. Well, I wasn't expecting the first one, but still. Hold on. Doesn't say we were watching here. Boy, you were playing. Hope you guys have a good time. Welcome, Raiders. I'm Luce, your resident legally distinct Fey creature. We're in the middle of Limbus Company's Canto 7, so the 7th chapter. Blinds them together for the future, driving them insanity, and then to the drinker, only a singular future remains, a vision of their own madness. I call this Mere River, the river of future. It must have had a name once, but this is the name I gave it. I like this name better than whatever it was. Quite the irony, then. Though it won't show you the exact moment you wish to see, you may look into the river to catch a glimpse of a certain moment. It may be disorienting, but would you like to try anyway? I ill wish to be so close to the waters, but I shall. What do you see? Chains, a great gate, a timepiece, a flaming timepiece, a promise. It's as you've said, visions I've seen, yet I failed to see in a sense of each of them. And if you need to, sign off the Quasi, that's fine. And I can understand it could be pretty tiring after a bit. Self-care is important. Thank you very much. Right, you won't ever get a clear picture unless you drink the waters yourself. Still, if you've seen that clock and the visions of the promise, perhaps it has something to do with that promise you made with him. The promised timepiece, is it?
각고의 노력
After
끝에
suffering through brutal
당신은
trials upon
원하는 곳에
trials, you arrive at the
도착했습니다.
place you've been searching so hard for.
이건 첫 번째
And
에피소드와
here, we
이어지는군요.
return to the very first chapter of this tale. This is
망각의
the River of
강.
Oblivion. The Lethe. I've seen it pronounced in many different ways. Lethe.
하얀 달의
Thus
기사가
spake the
말했죠.
Night of the White Moon.
정말이야?
Are you certain?
이 우물을
Drink from
마시면
this well, and the life you've lived
넌
thus
너의
far
모든
will be
인생을
no
주어버린
more.
한 모금이면
All of it,
모든 게
gone in a
끝나는
sip.
거야.
당신은 침을
You
꿀꺽
reflexively gulp.
삼켰어.
결정.
I have decided.
이유를
Will you
물어보면
answer me were I to ask you why? I see it still, the past darkness of my eyelids. A vision of that day, the screaming and shouting, the stench of blood. The more I recall, the more I find myself cracking and crumbling, like castle of sand. Thus I wish to forget everything that's happened and crawl into a deep slumber. Because while I sleep there will be no fear, no hope, no suffering or glory.
하지만 자매는
But there's an unsavory
결점이
part
하나
to the
있잖아.
sleep, isn't there? Yes, it's much like death. Yet it distinguishes itself from many ways in that manner.
중요한 것이 다르지 않은가?
When you die and you drink water of this river, be reborn as new to the next life. I believe that that river is a Greek concept, but I wouldn't be surprised if other cultures have a similar one. Yeah, if we're going with that exact name, I believe that's from the Greek lore. No, it's the river of forgetfulness in Hades, to be exact. Yet it distinguishes itself in ways that matter.
꾸고 싶은
You want to dream.
모든
For those
것을
mere words which made us leave everything behind, only to shackle us to the end. I long to dream, I have been but a witness to.
그렇다면
Then
내가
I have no other way to help you, do I?
그렇게 말하는
The name of this
저자의
companion?
마지막으로
Then before Oblivion takes my name away from you, allow me to introduce myself one last time. I'm the Flower Seeker,
도시와
wanderer,
유적을
a traveler across the city in
그리고
ruins.
지금은
I'm the one who marked the final period of this unforgotten adventure of a lifetime with you.
하얀
My name is
기사.
Bari, the Knight of the White Moon.
나는 이제
I'll now leave and return to my search for the river and the flower born from its waters, as I always have.
내가 이 강물을
Even should I drink of the
마시더라도
waters, will you tear me tales of pictures still?
여행의 길목에
I may pass by this
이곳이
area
여러 번
quite often through
겹치게
my
될
journey.
그렇다면
Every
그때마다
chance I get, I'll leave a book or an
내게
item,
귀띔이 될 만한
things that may be of
책이라고요.
help to you. Thank you.
그렇게
Then you lean
당신은
over the
결국
river
그
and drink of
강물을
its
하지만 제
waters.
아무리 용감한
However, a
기사
valiant
돈
knight
키호테도
Don Quixote was, he couldn't help but
불길한
shudder from
예감에
an overwhelming
몸을
sense of
떨기
terror
시작하는군요.
and omen. Oh no, I cannot let such fear touch me. I have written such tales of brave adventures.
이야기에는
Every tale needs a
고조차라는 게
rising
있어야
action and climax.
재미가
It's ups and
생기는
downs that keep
법이니까요.
things interesting. Sanson ignores Don's struggles and rapidly continues the tale as though he was incanting
흐르는
his
물이
Our
우리에게
common
주는
primeval fear of
원초적
flowing
공포.
water. Your body shudders.
온몸에서 소름이 돋아나기
Corpulation of the
시작하면
skin through every
의식은
inch of your being
맹렬하게
as your
거부하기
psyche.
시작합니다.
Your consciousness itself
물보다
furiously
진한
refuses to
우리의
approach the
pen 빠르게
surface.
돌기
Our
시작합니다.
blood, thicker than water,
당신의
cycles through your
심장도
system with
미친
inhuman
듯이
rapidity as
뛰기
your heart begins to
시작합니다.
race like that of a rabid animal.
그럼에도 불구하고
Yet you must conquer that
당신은
fear. You
극복해야
had
할
to.
강물을 마시기
Moments before
전
you take a sip of the
당신을
river's
생각하게
water,
됩니다.
a thought flickers through you that to
이
continue this
모험을
adventure was
계속하는
meaningless.
것이 더 이상 의미가 없다고.
Oh, that's right, Quasi. Thank you again for the raid. If you need to handle self-care, that's fine. Oh, glad you enjoy it. Oh, hope you are enjoying it then. Yeah. We're in the middle of Canto 7. I don't know if you're past that or before that, but do be warned. If you're not at Canto 7 yet, this is pretty deep in. Continue this adventure is meaningless. That is how you
로시난테에서
dismount
내립니다.
Rocinante.
원래의
Rocinante,
주인에게서
only borrowed from its
잠시
original master. Dawn looks down toward Rocinante. At least Faust and I know that Faust and I know what the incantation is attempting to accomplish. Finished it last week and it was a time. Oh dang. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'll be finishing it tonight since I know it's a fairly long one, but I'm gonna get as far as I can. That's for sure. He's trying to draw out her memories from the River of Oblivion. Dawn, no, don't. Faust, do something. Nothing can be
방법의
done.
흐름은
This flow is destined to be.
필연입니다.
Right. A dreamer must eventually awaken. And I knew when they kept repeating that it was going to be a very depressing story.
뭔데?
What's going on? You two look bloody serious all of a sudden.
이때까지 저희가 들은
Why, if we connect all
이야기를
these tales
하나로
into
이으면
one, then
설마
no way, is she?
아니,
No, that is impossible.
춘,
Is there something you know,
뭔가
Zishun?
알고
Can you let me in on it?
아마 아닐
Don't
거니까
get all
가만히
excited. I'm
있어.
probably wrong, but
불길한
if
예감이
this terrible
맞으면
prediction turns out to be
싫어도
correct,
알게 될 테니까.
then you'll find out even if you don't want to. I'll compliment your
그렇다면-
nerves at least. Don Quixote's spine slowly bends forward. This cannot be stopped. She does not try to stop. She moves as though she was destined to, as though this was all her part in the play. Still got a ways to go, if memory serves. Yeah, especially if there's a dungeon, because the dungeons in this game get really, really long starting at chapter 4. For a moment she appears tranquil, even brave, like a knight briefly dismounting from a beloved steed. Yet once she dismounts, once the repressed memories return, the sinners will come face to face with the red glow of her eyes, the metallic stench of blood that surrounds her. Once the truth comes out, we, the sinners, will never be able to see her in the same light again. Dante? This must have aught to do with her... This must have aught to do with her ragged running shoes. What I've been fearing for ever since the incident in the warp train. The fear that's been madly scratching in the back of my mind. And I really hate that I had connection issues the night I was doing the warp train event story, because that was a really exciting reveal. I was feeling that Cassetti was actually a chump trying to play at a big role. And I was right. He was just set up for a much bigger reveal. The fear that the bond between the sinners will be irrevocably broken. Will everyone be accepting this deception, accidental though it may have been? Well, I'm pretty sure it being accidental is going to play a huge role in that. There's a chasm of difference between a deception that's intentional and one that was unintentional, even if both are painful. Even if we were to survive, she would return to how she once was, one of us sinners. How will I appear in her eyes, who knowingly hid the truth from them? Can I truly face this new dawn, when I trembled with fear so much last time? Yet, as I render all these ragging thoughts in my head, Dawn takes off her Sonante and lets her bare feet touch the cold earth. Basically Undertale. I have noticed that all of them have had a recurring theme of finding hope even in the worst situations. I'm starting to see it's mentioned that there's been a lot of overlap between fans of this game and fans of Arknights, since Arknights has kind of a similar theme. It has its own pretty crapsack world, but people still find their way regardless. And a lot of characters people hoped to be playable die horribly. And it also has really great world building. Yeah, I'd definitely say the world building of this game in has been, and it made me think, yeah, if you're a fan of Arknights, you'll definitely be a fan of this game, and vice versa. Although Arknights also has a very long time before it gets going. That game it takes until around chapter 5 or 6 before it gets really good. And it is really frustrating to get through those early ones. Make no mistake, like, the new story chapter in Arknights, chapter 15, that is the longest chapter to date. I would rather go through chapter 15 twice than chapters 1 through 5 again. Though I suppose fans of this game probably would say the same. They'd rather go through Cantos 7 or 8 twice rather than Cantos 1 and 2 once, because the quality is that much higher. I was a big fan of Arknights. Yeah, I remember seeing that. At first I thought, either he's a whale or he just plays a lot, because if you played the game for a long time, you could easily get the high-quality operators he got, but then I saw the potentials, the duplicates. They're not very impactful in Arknights. They're usually just for favorites or for flexing, and he was definitely flexing. Let me just put it that way. Speaking as an Arknights player, that account was definitely flexing. All of a sudden, visions of Dawn's past flood into me, raw and unaltered. Flee, for you must live and continue my tale. But I cannot live among humans. Have you forgotten? With my Risonante, no place shall be beyond your reach. Risonante, stop walking, stop. I don't want to leave, I don't. Why do you refuse to obey me? Please, I don't want to adventure, stop, please. Right, when the chapter started, we saw this in yellow Don Quixote text. So why would she not want adventure? Please, don't take me away from here. There are places called amusement parks in the city. Everyone's happy merely by being there. Yeah, there's definitely a YouTube channel dedicated to use free units to clear everything. Having 6 stars is just a flex. Yeah. Or you could be me, who has a bunch of really bizarre 6 stars because I go with whatever feels right, or whoever has a fun play style. Which I guess is kind of why I ended up leaning a bit more towards, when I had enough shards, I saved up basically all my shards for this Walpurgis. I basically spent them on Knight Rodian and Dawn and Magical Girl Dawn because their gameplay styles sounded like they'd be more fun. The full stops are amazing, don't get me wrong, and I do hope to get them later, but these two seemed more fun and also filled some roles that I really needed. Namely, Rodian needed an ID that was good. I did not have any for her. And Dawn, well, a friend recommended her, and after using her a bit, no wonder, she's really fun. So yeah, playstyle is also why I've been loving Ishmael so much. I think Rodian is technically stronger, but I still love Hanafuda Ishmael just because of how much fun her match 3 while clashing with the enemy little mini game is. Everyone's happy music being there. It's enough to make everyone dancing and laugh. No wars, no strife. Red fluid swells in her eyes like it did at the train. The very same sanguine color I feared. The eyes I never wish to see again. She inhales deeply and then exhales like she hadn't breathed in forever. She turns around and looks down at the blood fiends surrounding us. Reflected in her eyes, things infinitely beneath her. There you are. Oh hey, we actually did successfully beat Dulcina's ass down.
이걸로
Finally, the preparations for the carnival, the scenes are complete. I remember those eyes that regarded me so as you so mercilessly tore through us, without even a hint of regret or guilt. Bravo, now every path is opened. The parade is complete at last. Sancho, I've come to a decision. What is it now? I'm going to be the best fixer in the city. I shall protect the weak and punish the wicked. For what I hear, dens in the city are making these fellowships called associations by need. Did you get this idea from Knights of the Moon or whatever? Sancho. There's that name again. That person that that Samson was talking to a while ago. I'm telling you now, this new goal of yours is going to crash and burn in less than 3 days. Quit stirring trouble and stay put. Remember your last momentary passion was knitting embroidery? That lasted 2 days where I got tired. And that was after you sent us all to find out all kinds of high quality yarn for that little passion project. Oh, silence, Sancho. You keep balking at my passions with your chastisements. At this point, I'm having a difficult time determining which one of us is a higher kindred. Right, but you always do whatever you want to do anyway. Don Quixote? She is Dawn, right? Where's she going all on her own? Will she be coming today again? Yeah, when I was seeing the hair color blonde there, I wondered if maybe Sancho was actually Dawn's true name, but Sanson was directly speaking with Sancho earlier, so it can't be Dawn, can it? Or was Dawn split into multiple parts? It's high time you put an end to this rivalry, isn't it? Or, I fear time may already be long past. Indeed, but I've been having a certain thought as of late. Why does it matter whether someone wins or loses? What matters is I must hear what comes next in her tale. How dare that human cut her story short at its climax? I have nothing. I don't know why you keep letting that human in here if you're not even gonna fight. Yet, Sancho, for all your chiding words of disapproval, don't think for a moment I haven't noticed you perking your ears in our direction. Especially the part when the Hana Association fixer encountered a monster that demanded they pay a toll with a single rice cake on that winding hill path. I most certainly did not. Yeah, I have the feeling I'm going to find out. You most certainly did. And speaking of which, do you suppose the Hana Association will eventually come out on top? No, I believe the fixer who hails from his way will overtake... Oh, yeah, case in point. Dawn. The name felt so alien now, the ticking of my clock neither stops Dawn. But how, pray tell, will you become a fixer yourself? Fixers are but a concept constructed by humans. They will try to hunt us the moment we get anywhere near them. Perhaps for now at least, I implore you, Sancho, to think, Sancho, miss not the forest for the trees. Should we start paving the path for peace now, then? One day we shall find ourselves coexisting with humans, hand in hand, and I shall be the first ever blood fiend to become a fixer. Is that not an idea most wondrous? Maybe they'll even make a fan club in my honor. Certainly, perhaps in that ridiculously grand dream of yours. Yet that's not what dreams are meant to be, ridiculously grand. They could be the same person, but in that case... Yeah, that was clear to show they are in fact the same person. Or perhaps two halves of the same person. You have returned to me, my Sancho. A voice foreign yet familiar, thick wooden doors and heavy chains. As soon as it opened ajar, we could feel powerful energy of the golden bow coming from within. With the scent of rusted iron or the dense metallic smell of blood. The speaker, his body one with the pillar from which the scent emanated. speaks to us through a golden bow impaling his torso. Or perhaps he speaks to Don Quixote. Now, tell me about it. That dream of mine you have dreamed in my stead. Is he the real Don Quixote then? Yeah, this is a really likely to be a very long dungeon, so... Oh, rest. We shall continue to borrow Merceau as a support, both for the bonus and also because, I need a good Merceau, I'm sorry. Although that reminds me, can I up-tie him? Yes, but I don't have enough for the second, which is the main thing I'd use him for, so unfortunate. Honestly, it might be worth giving up the bonus just to bring my actually good units to here. Well, I guess this is actually the best I have right now. So, honestly, not a bad team. Aside from Merceau, but, yeah, as you can see, I do have middle Merceau, so I can at least make him a good support. Hurts for my Envy users if I'd go that route. And, of course, Multi-Crack Fixer is a really good one. Ting Tang Gang has a best passive. Yeah, I said I have a good one. Hence why I said I'm bringing my best for Hong Lu rather than the bonus Hong Lu. Yeah, as nice as 20% more event currency would be, I'd rather bring my actually good Hong Lu, and Ting Tang Gang is really good, so I'd rather bring him. So with this, I should actually have my team here, my A team here. Everyone here helps in some way. Honestly, he's pretty good even in direct combat. Like, his skills have good numbers to them, and, but yeah, his passives are really good here. Although he also has some nice reuse abilities, like, yeah, this gets reused on kill. If I can up-tie for him, he'll also get a reuse on Shank as well, which is also quite nice. Yeah, we're gonna go with this team, my A-listers. Up-tie Thread Spin Tiers 4. How hard could this possibly be? I'm sure I won't regret this. Yet Aegis, Fixer of the Zwei Association, refuses to let this destroy spirits and sail once again the great sea out of mere raft. My dearest companions, let's try as a stepping stone and bring us to greater heights. One day we shall proudly engrave today's suffering upon our shields to remember in better days. Thus this battle's far from over. Find thy courage, charge. Then they looked at one another in the eyes. Determination forged in flames. Ooh, wait, a line. Yet the scores of enemies already waiting for them in ambush the shores, loosing thousands upon arrows upon them. The sheer quantity eclipsing the very sun. The arrows rained down their fury upon our heroes, yet they stood their ground with their ironclad shields. There was no shield sturdy enough to withstand such an ending slaught. Even their iron shields began to crack. And as they cracked, the mental fortitude of his men began to splinter as well. And many were slowly backing away from battle. Whew. That was a lot to keep up with. And I'm pretty sure it's not just me. That Don Quixote, I could tell, Don Quixote was talking very, very quickly. Man, whoever does quote, Sancho's voice here is really, really good at being able to do all that without having to stop and breathe. Wow. Props to that voice actor. Nay, we shan't ever give up. I shall be thy shield and ward, men. Indeed, our iron shields are but tools that may break and splinter. But upon that moment I shall be the shield by which thou shalt be protected of our foes' arrows. The shields may break my body, but they shall ever pierce the righteous heart of justice. Row, row, leave me and push on, men. No matter what trauma may stand in our path. Oh, she's the one singing La Mancha Land. Given I'm getting the implication that Sancho here is actually the one who created La Mancha Land in the first place, that's probably going to turn out to be very appropriate, if I had to guess. The venture of today is just as exhilarating as it ever was. It hath set fire to the passion in mine heart. Dear, the most glorious fixer of the Zwei. I want you for justice. These I like these. How fares thee? 'Tis my 131st letter. You know, I'm really glad I avoided spoiling that prior to now, because I don't know how. Like, I've heard people refer to a manager, Don, but, I've only been playing this for a bit over a month now. I have not I've skimmed through all the egos and IDs, but I can't remember, I've not committed them all to memory. I only remember a handful, so while I do know Manager Dawn exists, I did not remember what she looked like or what she even did as a unit, because I don't have her, and no one on my, friends list is using her. They seem to be mostly using Magical Girl Dawn. Gee, I wonder why. So, dang, I'm glad I was able to figure that out before it was spoiled. Holy crap. How the hell did that happen? Wow. How? Manager Dawn's like half of his friends' unit. As I said, my friends list is pretty much entirely Magical Girl Dawn. That's wow. Mine would be too, but I really do like T-Corp, I do really do like T-Corp Dawn as well, so mine's currently set to T-Corp. She's also been a very powerful tank, and since I've got good damage dealers like Rodian and Ishmael and such, I figure she can afford to be the team tank. But yeah, if I wanted her to be raw damage, I'd switch her to Magical Girl Dawn, who I do have raised, by the way, and her damage is genuinely impressive. And this is why I'm still learning to use her, by the way. I know she has a bit of a mini-game that I haven't been neglecting, so yeah. Yeah, apparently it was just sheer luck. Holy crap. I am soon to be a fixer myself, and with thy teachings I shall become a fixer most just and persistent who does not know surrender. Fret not, O Dawn, fixer in the poster. Oh, she's talking to the poster guy here. Forsooth, the most virtuous fixer must be to all what is be the righteous justice. Thou mustn't turn away from the needy. Thou must always put thy entire being into helping. I am well aware of that myself. Mine adventure in the morrow shall be alongside the Trias Association. Trias, very well. A relatively fledgling yet prolific association. It is said they specialize in tools and arms of city dwellers and its fixers, as well as the workshops that fabricate and maintain them. The associations are established in order of the need of the city. Then I must bid thee farewell until next time. Our adventure shall be the adventure of lavish waste to the ruins, which the heart of a beastly bird was pierced. I look forward to hearing thine exploits. Forsooth, the adventure shall be and hath been so far a glowing victory. I recommend you stay put inside. Another fixer, Hannah Association fixer. There's no way to tell what awaits you past that door. I am in agreement. Yeah, I can tell that guy's way because he looks knightly. I recall the tale of Red Hood, who met an end most unfortunate by simple folly of welcoming in a stranger. Yet this knocking upon my gates must mean the soul seeketh mine assistance. Would thou not agree? I believe I'm affording you sufficient restraints. The build of this place is quite durable, my lady. It should be able to withstand assaults from any pursuing blood fiends. No, even blood fiend hunters. It is an entirely different question if they can make it this far down to the ruin, however. Whoever art thou? I am your guide, the one who will guide you in your path to your real adventure. Please, call me Virgilus. My old friend has told me you are a second kindred. Second kindred? What art thou referring to? And my fellow fixers here have warned me that I mustn't leave the confines of this chamber. Do my eyes not remind you of anything? Prithee, do not glare at me with such a terrifying gaze. And there remain still 1,708 adventures of mine to embark upon. Upon the morrow I shall depart for Trez Association, and day after that with the Hannah Association, and the fixers on these posters. They're all from at least several decades ago. It is as my followers told me, so much of her slumbers, even her instinctive craving for blood. Your adventures with them are unimportant, and you won't have to listen to those fixers anymore, because doesn't an adventure guided by me, a fixer bestowed the title of Color, sound much better than any of that? Thou art a color. I have as much sensitive things from magazines. That is a title of an honor given only thine fixers. I have heard tale of very few fixers that have been granted such extolment, for it have been but a brief moment such as an honor was established. I see you wish to put every bit of your past to sleep, even that smell of blood. I respect your decision and will treat you accordingly. Yes, I am the guide who will bring you all to the right path. Interesting. So basically, what I'm getting is he's playing along. You must come with me, for this journey demands your company, and in return, when the time is right, the promised timepiece shall come by your side. It's Dante! The promised timepiece is Dante, isn't it? Promised? Yes, you are bound by a promise, just as I am, so... Yes? Remember these eyes. Remind yourself time and again, every time you look in those eyes, that hold the blood of a generation higher than your own. Wait. Does that mean Virgilus is the first kindred? If so, that would explain how he has such seemingly limitless power. I have no clue, whatever that is. I speak of a promise that will one day return to you when the time is right. Remember it, so that the unforgettable promise will one day return to you, so that you may keep it when the time comes. Even as it eludes you now, that's the condition of your adventure. Yeah, if that's the case, that would explain it. That would... Since she's second... But wait, he said... I thumbed through that one a while ago, actually, but it was a while ago now. It did give me some references so that I understood what he was referring to. For example, when he mentioned a series of events during Heathcliff's chapter, for example. So yeah, I did thumb through it. I might have just forgotten. It might have been there and I might have forgotten. Although if so, I'm not sure how I forgot something that essential. Then again... And I've forgotten a lot of things that I don't know how I did when I replayed through Tales of Symphonia, so... Maybe I just have a horrendous memory that's strangely choosy. That's a condition of your adventure. If you're willing to accept these terms, then speak your name to me. Thou mayest know me as Don Quixote. Since you know what, since I've already read it, you can say it here, because apparently I've forgotten it. Because, it was pretty easy to follow for the first half, but the rest of it was untranslated, and so I had to go through raw text for the last bit. And so, that might be why, actually, especially if it was in the text, the second half where the text was. I did learn about the fate. It's his friend's eyes. Ah, that would explain it. Yeah, the friend who met the unfortunate end. The one he mentions in Heathcliff's chapter, and the one that definitely got me thinking a lot more about Virgilus, because they did make it clear he was under no obligation to do that, and yet he did entirely because he wanted to. Something very, very relevant, since... I did speculate even from the start that he might be under a contract like everyone else, and yeah. Interesting. No, that is not my name. Indeed, Sancho. For all that passion you joined the adventure with, you were nothing but a pretender with a borrowed name. There was but a singular path in your adventure, a path laid by his teachings. Sancho. Ah, her father, the real Don Quixote. I have conceived an idea most ingenious. Please don't. I intend to take part in the Blood Fiend War. You don't mean. Indeed, I shall stand with the humans. Not everyone's gonna like your little ingenious idea. So yeah, like the sinners said, the story of Don Quixote and the story of the La Mancha land are not two separate stories. They are all part of the same thing. Ah, you sound rather unsurprised by my suggestion. Did you know that I suggested such? I had a feeling you'd say something like that soon. Of course, the other elders will come to lecture me or try to convince me otherwise. Sancho, I expect many guests. Yes, I will prepare cookies baked with cinnamon. The venerated elder of B Corp can't seem to stop coughing upon ingesting one of these. I had intended to suggest you inform all of them in my absence and lock up the castle gates. Yet I find your suggestion more enticing. However, what truly concerns me is the resistance from your children. Ah, you needn't worry then. They are my family. I'm certain they will understand. It brings me to a question, however. Sancho, how is it that you're still without kindreds of your own? I enjoy solitude. I wish to live the rest of my life looking forward, and only forward. I'd rather not have anyone tag along behind me. Speak to me again, should that change. It will not, but I will. This war will be a long and difficult one. Difficult because we will have to slay our own kind. Indeed, it shall be. Yet, if we may break their faiths only by breaking their skulls, then it shall be a war worth fighting for. Now that we're discussing this particular subject, Sancho, should the war end, well, in my victory, obviously, sure. Should the war end, I intend to build a place in which everyone can be happy. So the sinners were right. La Mancha Land really was originally intended to be what it pretended to be, and lost that after time. Happy? What's that expression on your face? It's been eons since that word left my lips. Do you recall that place, this amusement park you spoke of? The place where people scream and shudder not from fear, but from joy. That is the kind of place I intend to build. It did not go well. Yeah, that was immediately obvious upon the gates opening. I still don't quite understand how one screams from joy. In that land, Sancho, there won't be any worrisome battles, no constant fear of getting devoured. There shall be only laughter. Laughter. Though I was not part of your family, I suppose, I had once looked forward to the realization of his ambitions. As an observer, of course. In this binary world, which has availed us with only two choices, to slaughter humans or hide underground like rats, he alone was a dreamer who conceived of a third option. And yet, that was no laughter I saw there. They were wailing, wailing so intently that it had long turned to something that only resembled laughter. Let us out of here, or crush our heads. No, you won't be leaving this place. You won't find death either. Many guests will be lining up to pay a visit to La Mancha Land soon. You recall your mission, yes? Though it's been 200 years, I don't suppose you had a moment to go without remembering them. Humans? Humans here again? It's a festival. The festival's not over. Can people change? I once thought they could. Now that's a question that people are going to argue with until the end of time, I'd wager. A long, painful battle awaits ahead of us. The blood fiends that will hate and despise us will be countless. Their hatred will be conceivable. They will call us traitors of our own kind. They will claim that our nature cannot change. Our existence is destined to prey upon humans, something they accept as an immutable truth. We will be forced to sever our bonds with whom we shared our suffering for centuries, those who feel the same disease that ails us. Only our kindred spirits will be... in this lonely world. Thus, now's your final chance. If you don't wish to participate, if you refuse, I will not stop you. I refuse. Has she gone mad? Wait, really? I know you won't let me go anyway. Just as a child cannot stop being an offspring of their parent, even if they wish they were. So this is the barber and the priest, and on that day when the machine peerage took place, I was already a dead man. The will of the Father is the will of my own. I haven't had a chance to sharpen my scissors as of late. I'll enjoy this. Oh, so the priest really is religious. Huh. This is the first one I've ever seen in the entire game world. The city that strikes me as has a largely atheistic society, since they seem to... The closest thing they seem to worship as absolute are contracts and terms. I mean, the closest we got was N-Corp's corporate cult, which is basically... which they seem to worship flesh itself, almost, if I had to take a guess. Very well. What do we want, dear Dulcina? Do as you will. I'm very glad to have my children stand by my side. Worry not, for I'm the strongest there is, as you must all be aware. Instead, worry about what's to come once the war ends in our victory. Worry about our lives thereafter and how we will live on. Well, how will you live on? I don't know as of yet. However, I suppose we should be able to lead a more joyous life than we are now. To live without gates. Well, the priest worshipped Don Quixote, who's the father and a real person. I don't know if that counts. Ah. When he said father was capitalized, I'm all, what? What's he referring to? Wouldn't you agree such a life would be a better one? You finally returned to me, my Sancho. What a joyous day this is, to have all my children by my side once again. Have you said your greetings? You don't know how much we all long to see you again, Sancho. What have they done to you? This. When I can no longer count the number of stakes that have broken my flesh, when the counting itself lost meaning, I saw a light in the sky, and this melded with my body. A light in the sky. Could he be talking about the golden bow? There must have been a lobotomy corp branch here then, and the golden bow that within resonated with his... Don slowly walked towards the man and spoke with a sedated voice. That's the Fathoms of Ego. We should go after her now. We woke up from our dumbfounded silence and sudden turn of events and hurriedly went with her inside. I need a sip of my drink. Okay, I guess that was a bit... I guzzled that a bit much, but my throat was parched. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna need another drink very soon, but I'll do that when it comes. For now, let us see a borrowed name.
저거
Is that really the same girl who embarrassed herself in a duel against the Sink Fixer? How is she killing so many blood fiends in so little effort? Every time a blood bag or blood fiend approached anywhere near her, Dawn struck them down with blinding blitz. Ah, that's the lance she uses in her ego. So even she didn't realize that the lance she was using was her true, the one held by her true name as Sancho. Very, very interesting.
힘을 숨기고
Was she hiding her
있던 건
strength?
아닌 것
No,
같고.
that doesn't seem right. She's a blood fiend.
기가 차고
How absurd. That creature who
우리가
deceived us with a
돈키호테라고
false
불렀던
name was a
저자가
blood fiend all along,
혈기였던 인간 행세를
hiding and
하면서
lurking,
숨어 있었네.
pretending to be human?
잠깐.
That's enough. Don't you think that's too
말이-
much?
너한 말도 할
I
수
could be even
있지만
worse if I wanted to be, but I have a
관리자님
sense to
앞에
hold myself
자제하는
back in front
중이다.
of the executive manager. Otis did not hide her disgust. She looked towards Faust with the same
이에
expression.
대해서
The top brass of this
윗선에서는
company had to have been aware of this,
알고 있었던
obviously. With this
사항이었습니다.
blood fiend hiding in our ranks,
호시탐탐
biding her
우리의
time for a
피를
chance to
노리며
sink her teeth
숨어있다.
into us.
하지만
Oh, but
아까
those
그
stories we saw
이야기들을 보면
earlier,
의도적으로
she wasn't
숨긴 게
hiding
아니라
it. She really believed she was
자신을
human,
스스로 정말
and their name was Don
돈키호테라고
Quixote.
믿고 있었던
동시에 저자가
According to the
해왔던
stories we
이야기는
saw, everything she told us up to
전부
this point was a
거짓이라는
lie.
소리도
Everything we'd
하지.
known about her was a lie.
과거의
How
혈기로
many humans do you think this
살아가면서
blood fiend has killed in the
얼마나
past?
아무리 수상쩍은 짓만
I
하는
understand the
회사라고
duplicitous
하지.
nature of this company,
이런
yes.
식으로
However, to
나와
subject me and the manager to such
관리자님을
a high
위험에
risk
빠뜨리게
of
한
such
걸
happiness,
방관한 적은
we have
없습니다.
never just let it happen.
그래. 이제
Fine.
어쩔
What
셈이지.
now then?
라만차랜드의
Seems like we're not
토벌이
here to
아니라
eradicate
오히려
La Mancha Land
라만차랜드의
because from where I'm
부흥을
standing, it
도와주고
looks
있는
like we're only
꼴이
helping it come together.
돈키호테 씨.
Dawn,
그건 내 이름이
that
아니야.
is not my name.
어버이의
That is the name of my father. Dawn's red eyes shimmer threateningly at Sinclair. The very same eyes I never wished to see again.
산초야.
Sancho, you... I see.
또한
Not even you could change, not even a little. No, I haven't.
아무것도
Nothing has changed.
똑바로 보세요.
Look at me.
당신의 로신한테는
Your Rocinante has suppressed me, but for a passing moment, I'm still the same blood-sucking fiend who cannot survive without bleeding others.
피를 당신의 이
Just as your La Mancha Land
라만차랜드도
regressed to nothing but a hunting ground
결국
for us to prey
인간들을
on
마구잡이로
humans.
잡아먹는
Yes, it has. I was wrong. People can't change.
우리는
We have no choice but to live shackled onto the path dictated by this disease.
사랑하는
My family, whom I love so much, has tried to convince me to turn to their side.
나만
Yet I was too slow. I was the only one who didn't understand until it was too late. Nicolina, Criambreo, Dulcina, is this their doing? Have they tortured you so?
그렇단다.
Yes? A throne most fitting for a pathetic lord, wouldn't you say?
산초야.
Sancho, I thought my heart would well with joy and happiness upon laying eyes upon you again. Yet there's only sorrow.
너만큼은
I thought you, at least you, would have explored the world out in my stead, experiencing adventures more wonderful than the ones I had heard.
하지만
But this poor soul I see before me is no different from me or my family. Just a blood-starved, red-eyed victim of a sickness. The space around us, it's changing. Whenever she doesn't wear Rocinante, she gets that cloak. I guess it's possible for the clothing to change. The space we're in, it's changing.
방금
His
같이
emotions must be affecting the golden
저자의
bow.
그러고 보니
Oh,
대호수에서
inside the
마주했던
body of that pallid
천백한
whale we
고래의
discovered,
몸속에도
encountered the giant lake,
방금
was a
가지가
golden bull, wasn't it? Yeah, it burrowed deep into its heart.
기생이란 생존
A form of existence similar to parasitism.
그래서
Oh, so what now?
관리자님.
Executive manager, while that man with the golden bow in his torso may have once been a
원래
powerful
강한
being in the
존재였을지
past, he
모르겠다.
seems to have been severely
어찌된
weakened due to an
영문인지
unknown reason.
지금 쇠락한
Let's
것으로
say the
보이네.
word and
헛소리.
foolishness. He is not the
그놈이
problem
문제가
here.
아니다.
It's her. She
전-
smells different. Ryoshi pointed towards Dawn.
시계.
Give me a heads up if you're gonna ask us to fight our clock. I'd like a chance to burn a last cig before I go.
더 태우고 싶군.
Sheesh, it says a lot if even Ryoshi wasn't feeling confident. I mean, we were able to beat one before, but it was with great difficulty. And no, I'm not going to count that, Sancho technically was the one who finished him off. It was made very clear that Cassetti was using the card to negotiate because the dude was straight up losing. Yeah, the Sinners were on their last legs, but in this battle of attrition, they were very clearly winning. Yeah. So if they had kept going, it's absolutely certain Cassetti would have lost. That was the 6th one, and Sancho was 2nd. That is true, yeah. And it was made very clear. Yeah, even in the story, it was even before the big reveal of Sancho, it was implied that Cassetti was more of a chump than he made himself out to be, and indeed, he basically just turned a couple people he thought out of desperation than because he thought they were worth it. You did beat a 3rd and 2nd Kindred already, though. Yeah, I think the big thing is that a lot of the members of the party didn't even know that Blood Fiends existed during the Warp Express. That's why they were shocked when Faust insisted it had to be one. I think those were pretty rough battles, but the fact that I now have a better idea of the game's battle system and some better ideas in the general sense made it easier for me to work with them there, so... Dulcina's 2nd, true. I mean, we didn't kill her, but to be fair, we weren't necessarily trying so much as we were to get her to stop the parade so we could push the button. But nonetheless, we did absolutely defeat her. Although that does make me wonder, she gets Star of Blood. Yeah, they were all weakened, they were far from peak. Although, to be fair, from what I can tell, Sancho hasn't been drinking blood any more than... Yeah, we have known if Dawn was drinking blood. We know for sure, we absolutely would not have overlooked that if that was happening. So she hasn't been drinking blood either. She's probably in better shape just because, although it's kind of interesting because, like I said, Dawn has straight up died countless times, and yet she did not revert. She must functionally be human while Resistante is on her feet. Though that does raise the question, if we had left her dead, would she have eventually returned to Sancho, or would she have remained that way until the shoes rotted off or something? And yeah, we should probably try to, at the very least, we should try talking with her, because no matter... Answers all that. Because the big thing here is that I can't overlook is that Sancho keeps insisting she's the same. She keeps insisting she doesn't care about anything. But we saw that in that very flashback. She does care. She keeps saying she doesn't, but her actions say otherwise. So the real Dawn is in there, even if it's only a part of her rather than her entire self. I slowly approach Dawn who regards me with her dark eyes, her usual twinkle seeming like a distant memory. Back off. You brought to me a 2nd kindred here without an explicit purpose, so that I may punish the Blood Fiends who committed a sin against my father, so that I may end his suffocating, meaningless existence. We had no idea it wasn't our intention. Yes, actually, that was precisely our intention. Faust takes the floor. Only I and Dante, who remained conscious during the events of the warp train, were aware of this. What did you say? That omission could not be helped. Faust is forbidden from being the first to share a sinner's past. Oh, but wasn't just for Don Quixote. She also hid Gregor's past, Sinclair's past. She didn't talk about that either until they were ready to talk about themselves. Or made to by the circumstances. I believe that's a false equivalency to compare to this case, because it's evident this was a case of subterfuge. She was an enemy in our midst, which makes your comparison moot. What the hell, can't you see? Her reaction exactly why they didn't tell us. You know, I'm genuinely shocked that, of all people, Heathcliff is the one who understood it right away. Yeah. Dang. Messy. It's because we all care so much about each other. Please stop this. I fear it may become rather untoward should we continue to spiral. Yeah, Honglu's little sister's here watching us, guys. Dawn watched our bickering wordlessly until the squabble began to subside. The entire time they bickered, I racked my brain trying to think of something, but I just hoped you'd understand and come back to our side, to be one of us again. All I managed was pathetic, naive hope that had been stewing at the back of my mind. Damn, Oda is so racist. Yeah, the fact, yeah, I've mentioned this before, but my main theory is that Otis seems to be trying to be simping for us, Dante, simply because her sin seems to be tied to betrayal, and so she is extra hard on traitors and simps for the executive manager really hard to try and make up for it. I mean, as much as it sucks the Arcanines event did leave, Amiya does mention that Otis is caring for the manager is genuine, which is funny because the opening chapter that introduced everyone mentioned never to trust her under any circumstances. Then again, it said a number of things that aren't particularly accurate, like it warned that Ryoshu is dangerous and to use a kill switch to detonate her if ever necessary, and yet she's actually been surprisingly loyal. Like, don't get me wrong, she is always the one who jumps to murder as an option, but when we ask her to back down, she rarely, if ever, fights it. She always follows the order. Which makes me think that's probably tied to her sin. To be one of you, but you do not know of our eons of suffering. You do not know of our battles, our struggles, our agony, our victories. I don't suppose you ever will. I'll slowly look into each and every one of those torturous moments and rekindle my buried memories. From the book. I'll have to take your word for it, because unfortunately, Ryoshu is one of those whom I did not read the original book. I guess we'll be finding out then, Joe. People have done that before. It's technically Luce, and Lucian Soul's just kind of my branding, I guess, but... you know what, let's save it. Her Canto, I'd have asked for it if her Canto wasn't immediately the next one coming up. I don't know if it's coming early, mid, or even late December, especially since I hear it's not unusual for them to sometimes have to delay stuff, so... Oh, cute. So yeah, I'd rather let the Canto itself tell me, if we're honest, so we'll do it that way. All rise. The surface once again. Same with Honglu. I'm not familiar with Honglu's book, but his Canto is the one right after this one, so while I am probably going to take a break after this one, and I don't need to worry about his story because the new Canto is going to tell it to me a bit, or at least be based loosely. I will admit, the game is very good at using knowledge of the books to throw me off sometimes, too. Like, Murder on the Warp Express. I have read Murder on the Orient Express, so I wondered how much the book would be involved there, and they actually made it seem like it might go in that direction before it turned out, oh, it was, vampires. I never would have expected that. So yeah, sometimes they can get create with these reveals. All rise to the surface, the wrath, hatred, the loathing. Thus, I can no longer be one of you again. Yeah, there's the Lobotomy Corp logo. Abject failure. Ah, crap, I can't use Dawn. That is such a pain. Alright. This is where we'll go through misery. Well, Cassidy Merceau is here to be your tank. Yeah, I'm glad I borrowed a friend's Cassidy Merceau. Yeah, because Dawn was my main tank, which is a bit of a pain in the ass. How glad am I to have you back, Sancho, with you by your side. This place shall be our side, this place will be even happier. My family has finally found true happiness because they've suffered for so long. They deserve this happiness more than anyone. With you return to La Mancha, we shall fill this place with even more laughter. Laughter? What a joke. We're here to exterminate your kind. We've been through so much together, have we not, Sancho? Let us show them what we've lived through to these ignorant outsiders. You were foolhardy. Our foes were blood fiends who had grown to the size of giants. Those who drunk so much human blood it was boiling, overflowing out of their bodies. They were formidable foes. our battles were challenging. All that but no Lord Lu. Hey, it's not my fault he didn't come home. And, you know, I prioritize, for the Walpurgis, I made sure to prioritize his new characters, especially, like I said, I was gone for the longest time. I didn't have a single a good ID for Rodian, and I absolutely had to fix that at all costs. And there's no Heishu Rodian yet, as far as I'm aware, so... Even there, you dreamed a hollow dream and nothing more. Hark, my dearest compatriots, are thou ready for battle? We shall soon strike the battlefield. With a full night. Speak if aught ails thee. Aught ails me. Ahem, O Sancho, thou art recognized. Speak thy mind. There is? Wait, there is? Hold on. Holy crap, there is. C branch. So that's the same branch as Gregor, right? The snake one? Huh. Well, you know. Well, I still don't regret going Knight Rodian instead. I pretty much saved all my resources from the Arcanite event specifically for the Walpurgis, so I think it was worth my time to do that. She can be a tank or a damage dealer depending on my needs. Why are you talking like that? Tis only right to fix her to be, speak in a manner befitting the stature. The best Rodian by far. Tis only right to fix her to be, must speak in a manner befitting his stature. And mine heart beats with such volition whenever I speak in such a manner. O Sancho, prithee, why dost thou not speak as... Wow, she really did become Dawn when transformed. See, Rodian is just chain battle friendly. I don't know, I have learned to like Deathrite Venom and the stuff from Gregor there. So that's quite nice. Though granted, I do kind of like, I do like how it debuffs the enemy. I mean, Knight Rhodia also wears the armor pretty well too. Though I suppose if we go with a support ID instead of a combat one, I do think T-Corp Rodian also looks pretty dapper in that top hat and outfit. Gregor's ideal for the... well, Rodian's more for casual and lots of enemies to fight. Yeah, bosses hit pretty hard in this game, so the fact he debuffs them is kinda nice. Because it's ridiculously juvenile. Yet I cannot help but cherish that day when we ran across the green fields together, tasting the freedom. You were ambushed by blood fiends who broke your lance. Yes, a lance, which you crafted me of your own blood. It was a mistake. I underestimated my foes, a rather unfortunate yet unshakable habit of mine. I remember telling you to be mindful of them. A powerful gust knocked me into the air before smiting me down to the grass. And you hurried to my side, didn't you? I remember your face, your breathing hastened from worry. I wasn't that desperate. As I lay upon my back, gasping at the sky from the shock, you appeared in that view. Perhaps it was the moment you led us to victory in the war. You were already certain of your own victory before the war began. I must wonder if that moment had begun to think we could really change. Watching you, who'd hated running all your life, breathlessly speaking the... I know, but early mid-dungeon you can Molar Ishtar. Problem with that. That would require me to not use Hanafuda Ishtar, and I am having way too much fun with her. She's probably my favorite out of all the IDs so far just because of that neat little match 3 minigame. And even if I can't, trying to work around it, is itself an interesting engagement during the boss fight. I thought perhaps we were all changing little by little. Yet we failed, Sancho. And everything around us is a record, a testament to our failures. Look around as you will, Sancho, at our desolation. Anything, just make sure you're attentive. Yeah, I need to remember to look. Well, I do try to look at boss skills, but the thing is, most of the boss skills don't show up early on. It usually just tells me what skill 1 is, maybe 2, and then basically everything is hidden until further into the boss fight. And it's not always clear when a new skill is unveiled, so it can be a bit much to have to check every single turn. But I probably should be doing that. There's no need to rush after all. But Look around as you will, Sancho, at our desolation. Pretty easy fight, I guess. Yeah, I think guess I'm really lucky that I brought Cassetti Merceau then, because I need a dedicated tank now that Don is indisposed, shall we say. You better come back, Don. I spent 400 shards on your magical girl form. I don't want to lose it immediately after I buy it. Alright, I need to block with her so that I can get her sanity down. Though I guess it doesn't matter too much. I'll just have to... Ooh, that sim is effective. We got this. Yeah, I've heard good things about Molar Ishtar. Well, more specific, Ishmael. Well, the thing about Molar Ishmael, my understanding is that she's great at inflicting stinking status, but her damage isn't particularly amazing, so that is something to be wary of. Alright, we'll go with this here. Favored, favored. Neutral. Favored. Definitely needed some pride energy here. There we are. That should be good. There we are. I've also seen some argue that Molar Otis is a lot better than T-Corp Otis, but I only have T-Corp Otis, so I figure, why not? Characters of the same faction seem designed to work well together anyways, so... Excellent. Time for the match 3. Dominating! Here we are. Oh, I should probably... Well, I can guard with her next turn. Molar's really high damage. T-Corp is more like Tremor count support and a bit of damage. Yeah, the reason I went with T-Corp is mostly because of the Tremor count support. That, and she works well with Time Moratorium, which Dawn usually goes with, but I guess without Dawn, she's the only source of it on my team now. Right, let's actually remember to have her guard here then. There we are. Sanity down. Sanity down. We'll do it that way. That'll be hilarious. The two offset each other. Does she have the red card here? No, she has blue, actually. I really don't want to waste that here, so we'll just do it this way. Neutral, neutral, unopposed, favored. Alright, should be able to do it this way. T-Corpos is like upgraded T-Corp Rodian. Yeah, I know Rodian is considered a pretty good support for the Tremor stuff. And as you can see from Butler Faust here, I do appreciate units who are really good supports. It's also why I'm considering going for multi-crack or middle Merceau, multi-crack Heathcliff or middle Merceau as my next Uptie 3, simply because those are very good supports in the right teams, and I do have teams that work with them, so. Oh yeah, I forgot. Zaishun is still with us. Isn't that nice? red card, so we'll go with this. Pride. We got a lot of pride egos, so it's probably good for us to get as much of these as we can. And some lust energy probably wouldn't be bad either.
당신
There we go.
짝패군요. 차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
행진했고 이것이 성악의 피날레다. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
Excellent. Staggered foes. Dominating. Struggling, oh my. Favored. Yeah. I guess I'll do it this way. Yeah, I think that should kill off at least two of that should kill off two of those. That'll make it a little bit easier going forward.
따스한 그래, 눈높이를 낮춰라.
삼코.
There we are.
リンバスカンパニーの皆さん、この勢いに
There we
乗
are.
って勝ちに行きましょう。
올인이었나요?
Easy enough. Sancho walked into the maze that manifested before us, as if to obey Don Quixote's words to observe the desolation.
저
So that blood
혈귀가
fiend is the same person as
아까
the
날
friend of yours that
구했던
saved my
오빠의
life
친구와
earlier?
같은 사람인 것만.
Yep,
같은
same
사람이야.
person. Are you insane? Does that not register? Think
저자
she's
입에서
insane?
나온
Is Don
소리를.
Quixote's no? Yeah, but she's the same
하지만
person from where I'm standing. He replies confidently. Or perhaps that's just how he usually thinks. Even when he grew suspicious, even when we found ourselves at a crossroads, his voice would always carry a calm confidence. So much that it almost seems silly. But thinking back, he's been more right than wrong, and I hope that's the case again today. I shall put my faith in that hope. Damn it. Cowards and milk stops all of you if that creature suddenly turns violent against this unpredictable animal she is. Otis, yes? She straightened up and looked in my direction with her usual militaristic stiffness, but I could see the thinly veiled anxiety and mistrust seeping. It was inevitable, whatever the reason. I did hide things from the sinners, and Otis is very sensitive to people withholding that, so there's no surprise she's disgruntled. However, because it is Otis I'm speaking to, we're going to follow Don, I mean Sancho. Oh, but that's... Sorry, let me finish. Yes, my apologies. I can't exactly know what you're thinking. I can't read minds, you know, but I do know you're unhappy about this. I should be able to explain everything to you in good time, so I'd like for you to trust and follow me through this plan, which I believe is our way to victory. Her grievance probably runs deeper than what's already left her mouth. It wasn't just an omission of intelligence that bothered her. What she was really worried about was the omission compromising me, herself, and the operation herself. She's just that kind of sinner she is. Then the solution must be to address that very thing, to tell her everything's going according to plan. Remember how every mission we've done so far has led to me resonating with the golden bow, and that's the key to solving them. It won't be different this time. Probably. No, it won't be different, I'm sure of it.
관리자님께서 그렇게
If that is your
명하시다
wish,
따르겠습니다.
then that is my command. Sorry to force you to come along. Regardless of the outcome of the situation, regardless of the soundness of your reasoning, I do not fold in before the authority given to you by your rank. Do
제가
not
불안
fold.
요소라 판단한
My
부분에
decision to follow you is based on that fact to understand and explain the potential risks I
그것을
point out to you.
설명하려
It's why I will now... I guess she's afraid of not getting to her Canto.
생각한 거 보군.
Yeah, they all reacted pretty differently to it. I mean, Ishmael tried to fight it with all of her might, while Heathcliff just gave a calm acceptance sizzle. Yeah, I guess my turn's coming up. Ooh, this is gonna... I mean, you can tell Heathcliff's all, oh man, this is gonna suck. But he still went through it with surprising grace at some points. Or perhaps the memories of your past are subconsciously affecting your behavior. I don't remember a thing
장관이나
though.
관리자님이나
Dawn, executive manager. Amnesia
기억이
certainly made things
사라진
difficult for us, hasn't it?
도시에는
There's so
기억을
many ways to
없애버릴
erase
방법이
people's memories in
워낙
the city, after
다양하니까요.
all. Yeah, I was particularly worried about the conceptual furnace there and just how much it could destroy things. But I mean, first of all, it's restrictively expensive, so that's something to make note of. Also, it only has a range limit, so it can't erase from the entire universe or multiverse. It only destroys everything knowledge within a certain area. And third or fourth or whatever it is, and this is the big one, you can only use it on something where the original item is from. So if someone invented a new kind of weapon and an entire army has it, you can't just grab some random soldier, toss it in there, and then everyone forgets, and then the weapon just gets erased from existence. You have to find the original one, which may or may not even still exist, especially for since my example was an item that's very mass-produced. That's the word I was looking for. I don't know why I was so stuck on it.
그렇지.
Yeah, there's plenty of ways to remove people's
알려진
memories, and
것만
that's just counting what's
따져봐도
public.
가장
The most common
보편적인
method
건
is a different
기억을
object, put the
회수하기
memory
위해
into a different object or
다른
person.
물건 혹은
Some parts of the
사람에게
city
옮기는
even
방법.
sell them as local
특정
products.
도시에서는 아예 두
And
번째는
others to completely destroy them, it's
영원히
cheap, but because it
파쇄시키는
comes with the
방법.
risk of affecting other memories, only
가장
desperate
살아나지.
backstreet dwellers will use it.
하지만 그리고
And now we know the final method, which so far has been unknown,
누구도 접근할 수
and as it
없는
remains
마지막
inaccessible
방법.
even to now,
망각의
the River of
강물,
Oblivion.
혹은 레테라고 부르지.
Lethe.
이 강물을
Drinking the
마시면
waters allows one to bury their memories
기억은
beyond the veil of
의식적
consciousness, to the point they
팬으로
become
묻어둘 수 있게 돼.
uncertain, hazy, and dim, like
꿈속의
memories of a
기억.
dream. So that's
네가
what you've been looking
지금까지
for,
찾고
Zishun.
있는데.
정확히는
Not exactly, it's a
망각의
different
강이 있는
stream,
곳
somewhere
어딘가에
near the
있는
River of
나는 그
Oblivion.
강물이
I suspect the river I'm searching for has something to do with the
어르신들이
immortality of the mind that our elders are
정신의
seeking
불사와
so
관련이 있을
desperately.
거라고.
불로불사.
To be free from aging and
말이지.
death, right? Oh yeah, if they're searching for immortality, we all know how well that story ends, so...
그래. 지긋지긋한
Yeah, that old tiresome thing. Maybe that's how my memories were removed as well. I don't even have any dreamy recollections of my memories. It's like they were uprooted straight from my head. It's either been transferred to another person or object, or it's been destroyed, forever unsalvageable. Still, I have no clue as to who or how or why anyone would do such a thing. Yeah, it's minor, but there's definitely been stuff with Dante added with each and every story chapter. And I do like that. Dante's been getting some good development as well. It's pretty neat, I think. The only question is, will Dante finally hook up with Virgil by the end, or will that not be book accurate? Yeah, I'm just screwing around now. Being dumb. Alright. She briefly glanced at me as my clock turned on before turning her attention back to Honglu.
그래서 내게는
It's why these scant
달이라는
traces of
작은
Bari are
남긴
so important to
흔적,
me.
그리고 자세히 말할
I
순
can't tell you in
없지만
greater detail, but I can see
내
them.
눈엔
I can
보여.
see your ancient traces here.
오빠에게도 중요한
Come on, this is
정보잖아.
important to you too. If you want to survive as
우리가
heirs,
후계자로
we have to find the
살아남기
thing that our
위해서는
elders seek, that immortality. She stopped herself midway through. I see, so this is where we have to go our separate
여기서
ways then. Yeah.
벌써 가는 거야?
Leaving us
길이
already?
갈라졌으니
The path diverges, and we must take
시간이네요.
the other trail. It's time to say goodbye.
오빠의
If your
친구가
friend has really lost her memories from
정말
drinking
망각의
the
강물을
river,
마셔서 굉장히
then she
혼란스러운
has to be
상태일 것
extremely
같아.
disoriented. Coming to terms with that
꿈속에서
realization, those
일어났다고
hazy, nightmarish
생각했던
visions were in fact her own
어렴풋한
memories.
장면들을.
They weren't just dreams,
맞아.
has to be. Yes,
슬프고
it will be
복잡할
very
거야.
sad and very complex. The thing is about doing everything necessary to come home. I think they might have mentioned that, yeah.
꿈속에 내가
After all,
나인지
who is the dreamer? Is it
꿈에서
myself
깬
and
내가
I
나인지
exist in that dream, or
그건 모를
myself who has
테니까.
awakened from it?
하지만
Whichever it may
나비든
be,
뭐든
be it a
다시
butterfly or
날아가겠지.
not, I guess it will flutter away once
말해줘서
again.
고마워.
Thank you for letting me
지쳐.
know, Zishan.
그래.
Yeah, I guess you haven't been spending your time
어쩌면
chasing clouds out here,
마냥 좀
brother.
머지않은
I'll
시일을
see you
다시
around.
보자.
I have a feeling we'll be seeing each other again
아마
very soon.
그렇게
Like
될
maybe in
것
the next
같다는
Canto.
생각이 들거든.
시춘이
If you
그렇게
say so, Jishun, then
말한다면
it will be so.
수고로우니까
Don't bother saying
인사는
goodbye. It'll be a
생략하자.
waste of time. Abject failure. Dawn.
그 이름은
A name that was once my
내게
salvation.
거부리는 동족에게
Our own kind has
배척당하고
disowned us. The humans considered us
인간에게는
hideous.
인정하지.
I admit, we were all
라만
smiling and
사람들을
laughing
세울
when we began the
때만큼
foundations of La Mancha
모두가 웃고
land.
있었다는 걸.
And then she comically appeared and...
소량의
Well, that
피와
would explain.
혈액만으로
Oh, and then we truly believed the
살 수
delusion that we would
있을지도
subsist on
모른다고
smidgens of blood and some Hemo bars.
모두들
Gather
이것 좀
around, we
볼래?
finally have a prototype of that thing me
나랑
and the barber
이발사가
working on for years. What is it, a brick?
응고시킨 혈액이야.
Coagulated blood.
우리들의
It has
생존에
the very
필요한
nutrient we need
영양소는
to
다
survive.
들어.
Tastes like pastel paste.
여기서
Flavor's a luxury, Lady Dulcina. This is the best we could have done with the flavor.
인간들에게
As long as we get a
자발적으로
steady supply of
받은
paltry amount of
소량의
blood
분란을
voluntarily
이용하면
given by humans, we can
혈액과는
continue to mass produce
끊임없이
these.
대량 생산이
Oh, how
우리
splendid.
남한
I plan to provide a
가족들에겐
steady supply of this
이걸
item for our
계속해서
family here at
지급할
La Mocheland.
다들
Remember, as long as La Mocheland survives, we'll be the pride and joy of all the blood fiends.
사료가 없이도
Because we'll be living proof that we need not kill, need not consume blood to coexist alongside humans. We need not be defined by our nature.
그리고
And I
단언컨대
guarantee you we'll be getting plenty of guests around
손님들은
here. How can you be so
바깥
certain?
세상도
Because the world
내가
outside is so
살아왔던
dreary
이
and austere as the world I've been living in.
인간들도
I'm quite certain that deep
모두
inside, even
마음속
humans
자신들을
are quite
즐겁게
desperately
해줄
wailing for
무언가를
someone to bring joy into their
간절하게 기다리고
lives.
있어요. 그래서 내가
Which brings
구상을
me to my subsequent
더해봤는데
point. What if we were to
퍼레이드
appear in
마지막에는
person at the end of the
역시
parade?
내가
Let's say
등장을 그래야지
I would certainly
사람들이
get
더
the crowd
많이
going with applause and
환호하면서
cheers, don't you
받들지
think? Of course, I'll make you an outfit so dazzling you may shine brighter than anyone else. I doubt you'll surpass my popularity. I'm second to none when it comes to beauty, after all.
황금처럼 찬란한
Of course
네가
not, Dulcina.
아름답다는
None shall claim
것을
greater
누가
beauty where
이겼는지 알겠니?
incandescent is gold. Even still, if this meeting is about to devolve into frivolity again, I'll take my leave. Yes, just as I expected, La Mocheland began teeming with human guests. Abject failure. We approach the faded signpost of this twisted space. We come to La Mocheland. 2 types of tickets with prices are written. Looks like we'll have to purchase a ticket to enter. Which one shall we purchase? All day past? All allies lose AP but gain an ego gift. All allies gain ego gifts that gain bleed. I think this one might actually be a little better here, since I've actually got a couple bleeds in here. It may be unwise to lose so much blood here at the entrance. After discussion, we go for the standard, which does not require payment of blood. There's a disclaimer. Visitors must pay a certain amount before participating. We might get more on our blood's worth as long as we carefully choose what attraction we want. What area should we visit? Participating in fantasy blood shooting. Run a pride check. Head to confessional. Pride. Break the odds very high. Easy. His confession. Your sin requires heavy introspection. Disciplining your sin as a whip will help. A thorny whip slides under. We pick up the whip and the space warps as a new path opens.
이것이 말의 행진이야.
Deed marches forth. We see a door of the giant containment chamber. We're gonna have to get through to escape this maze. An unfamiliar machine is here. It's a raffle machine used during event periods. This little blood is something useful. Maybe we can find something useful in there? Random chance to gain an ego. Destroy the raffle machine. It's not like there's anyone to stop us. Why pay a sinner's blood? Can't we just crack the thing open? I ordered them to break the machine, and they were too happy to oblige. It begins to warp. Then a master Picatulum appears. Devour. Win the next battle to gain Devouring Cube.
에고 침식도 양호. 아마도
Oh my, this is actually gonna be a tough one, isn't it? Dominating. Dominating. Unopposed.
이쪽으로.
행진의 꽃. 이것이 선악의 피날레다. 왕의 비율.
Thinking about it, we do get healed every so often, so maybe I should have just taken the front one. Oh well. Ooh, let's go. pound it.
난 삼고 정확하게 엠하.
Well done, Bone. Let's deal with the rest like that.
따스한 피.
Dang, that Masoy needs to be good. It does also seem like the general production values for the animation effects have also gotten better as the IDs have gone on. When an ally dies, get an eagle resource. Abject failure. Here we go.
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지
Boss
않군
fight time, it
그래.
looks like. Oh, it's just the Teddy.
敵が来ます。皆さん、
Incoming.
戦闘の
Prepare
準
for
備を。
battle, everyone. What card have I drawn? Red cards. You got it. Dominating. Favored. Dominating. There we go.
일기당천.
Yeah, this thing has a lot of HP, but I'm not too worried.
아무것도 남지 마라.
効果的な攻撃でした。
That was quite an effective attack.
따스한 피.
Expression of love. Yeah, we've been taking a lot of hits here, that's for sure. But granted, the fact these are all... Okay, not all of them unbreakable coins, so I gotta be very wary of who uses it. That one's unbreakable, so let's go with that one. I guess the counter is gonna be a bit of a problem here. Dominating. There we are.
당신 짝패군요.
Darn. Oh dear, the winner's gonna be dealing that much stronger. Oh dear. Maybe that's a lot of damage.
지키기 위해서.
따스한 피.
At least Merceau seems to like. At least Merceau likes bleed count, so he can take advantage of it.
皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
Target fixed. Merceau's targeted, so I should be able to do that here. There we are.
당신 짝패군요.
물 넘고.
I need as much gluttony energy as I can possibly get, which is unfortunate because Dawn had some of the most of it, access to it. Yeah, missing Dawn is really throwing my strategy off.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
따스한 피.
좋아. 코이코이. 아메스코.
4 coins, not bad. Favored. Favored. Dominating. Alright, yeah, have Rodian clash it since she's the best shot of winning it. An old nostalgic embrace.
지킬 게 많거든.
There we go, she didn't need the counterattack because it died. There we are. Abnormalities here. Yeah, there's a how come there's a Lobotomy Corp logo in Machan? Perhaps now may know about the appropriate time for too much is veiled mysteries. Oh, I tried to urge Yi Sang, who trailed off, but okay, let me know when you're more certain. I'm certain he had a good reason for not sharing the suspicion. I shall. Let's get back and try and follow Sancho. Abnormality or not, we still have a job to do. Alrighty. Within broken dreams. Heal everyone. The Great Adventure. More and more blood fiends are starting to suffer. Sancho, how rude of you to lecture our father. I'm only notifying him of what I'm seeing out here. Sancho, I've been discussing with Dulcina the pathing of the parade. It seems your area is most popular out of all of them, Dulcina. Of course, it's the nature of all things to be helplessly drawn to beauty. I don't think I've ever seen the two exchange more than 3 sentences now that I think about it. You're both second kishers of mine, aren't you, sisters? Would you like to be the big sis, Sancho? Absolutely not. I detest the idea. Perhaps I'd suggest little sis? I'll not take my leave, father. Also, please consider our suggestion regarding the relic. Yes, I will. You come at the most appropriate hour, Sancho. Behold, for I have found us a relic yesterday. A relic? You're still searching for them? I thought you'd given up on the idea. The Night of the White Moon identified the last one, which you'd gone through considerable lengths to obtain mine. It was nothing but a forgery. Yet the merchant claimed this was of genuine quality. Behold the hatch pattern, identical to the helm worn by founding fixer Hana. Compare the next illustration, do you see resemblance? They duped you again. I had a feeling. Damn to hell. Why are you so desperately seeking these trinkets? You're powerful enough without these crutches the relics provide. It's not for strength which I seek them. What I truly seek is the body odor of the fixers, one of them, their histories, the tales they tell. You look like you're looking at that case. What a relief, at least your eyesight is in fine health. Oh, this won't do. I would have much earlier have these relics by hands and going on them myself. That's all well and good, but did you have what I reported earlier? The blood fiends are suffering. I did not expect the path we walked to be an easy paved road. Yet we will overcome this together as long as we manage to acclimatize this. You seem to be doing quite well yourself for one. Oh, and Sancho, I conceived an idea most ingenious. What is it this time? It's truly ingenious, so shall I allow you to take a deep breath? Are you ready? Yeah. Won't you set up on an adventure by my side? How do the consultations go? All are at peace, tranquil, as they once always were. Speaking of which, do you take your daily dose of Hemobar today? I did. Very good. Although, I heard through the grapevine you're preparing to embark on some kind of adventure with your father. The sheer idea of it, I can hardly wait. Yeah, it's nothing. You may leave now. I wasn't so close to him I could simply call over and ask him what he really meant by that pause. So I let him go. We could never get used to it. The lack of blood, it's incomparable to having one's favorite food taken away from them. It deprived us of everything that made us happy. Drenched in misery, naively hanging on to the belief everything would be okay, slowly we grew deprived. So that's when the two of you left La Mancha Land to go on an adventure? So we know Don Quixote's the father, and we know Sancho is, but who is the one we thought was Don? But that raises the question here, who is Rocinante? The Great Adventure. While the noble knight and squire was the most wonderful adventure, the rest of the family waited, chewing on the sustenance they were availed. A sarcastic, disembodied voice narrows from somewhere. Before the sinners of sustenance the family was eating appeared. Eat the himobar, it's flavorless. Why not? Gobble it down, that dry, flavorless food, but their hunger is not sated. Unable to bear the feeling, they try to eat more, although they're trying to convince themselves that gorging would free them from the starvation. Most ingenious idea to let I think it's the most ingenious idea to let blood-starving vampires run a theme park alone, absolutely without monitor. Yeah. Stop eating. We waited for a while, refusing. The space warped before opening a path. There's no time to rest. Let us keep moving. Nothing happened. I guess I should have kept with it. The great adventure. The massive bramble stands in our way. They enjoyed the night and enjoyed so many adventures together. Which one was most interesting? The narration. What should we say? For Swooth was a battle against giants, wrath and pride, lust and gluttony, gloom and envy. Adventure, the helm of Mambrino. The helm's true powers, the other awaits. What other awaits, one must wonder. Oh. How fortunate there are no more adventures waiting for them. It's time for the knight and squire to return home, their family enduring. If I'd known that was gonna happen, I would have, oh dear. Yeah, if I'd known that was gonna happen, I would have gone for the gluttony one. You can still go back if you want. I guess I could. If I fail this, I'll go back. If I succeed, yeah. Every sinner was riddled by thorns by the time we made it through the brambles. All sinners gain next combat.
시작은 좋았는데 뱀의 꼴이었군.
Yeah, normally I would make it too big of a deal, but warning, continuing it will result in an ego gift with a downside. How long is meaningless banquet? Dissipation, but it won't go away. It never will. Bottomless hunger, the narration ends. Lord so intense. More stomachs. I just have to keep moving, I guess. Identity on the field loses 5 SP and gains endless hunger. Let's see here. First start of a turn. Every identity loses 5 SP and gains attack power up for 3 turns. If the identity is a blood fiend, then lose 10, gain 2 attack power, inflict more bleed potency. Okay, I think that was actually worth it, because remember, I have Merceau, who it does qualify for this. Okay, that was worth my time. Gain lust and gluttony ego resources. I need those a bit. Who will make a path? It all comes down to this. There we are. Hong Lu walked the brambles, cutting a path. Thanks to Hong Lu, the other sinners made it through with only a few scratches. Rupture count next combat.
운은 실력과도
Luck goes
연관되어
hand in
있죠?
hand with skill. Guess we'll find out how this goes then, won't we? Funny enough, I hope Rodian gets the sanity reduction because she actually wants low sanity. What's this? The Rose Hunter. I think I might have fought this guy. I'm pretty sure, yeah, I'm confident I fought this guy in the, what's it called? Let's see here. There are at least 3 enemies of Barblasso inflicting. None of us have Barblasso yet, so we'll do it this one. Power counter. Favored. 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 What color did she get? Blue. Okay, blue it is. Gloom Res. There we are.
당신 짝해보니
Yeah, I think getting the gluttony and lust resource is going to be very good for ego usage later on, because I need to make sure to generate as much resources as I possibly can. I know there's at least one wall boss in every chapter, and I haven't run into them yet here, which means they're probably coming up. Well, unless Dulcina was the one for this chapter, in which case, I'm feeling confident. To be fair, she was actually quite tricky. You do have, because you have to kill the enemies at the cost of risking her big nuke attack, but
効果的な攻撃でした。
withered.
敵が来ます。皆さん、
There
戦
we
闘
are.
の準備を。
Unopposed. Oh dear, a 7. Okay, Radiant, what's this one do? Target gets prioritized above. Inflict 4 rupture. Okay, this is inflicting too much rupture, so I need to get rid of it. Dominating. Alright, so I can go with that one. Favored. That should be reasonably likely, I think. Faust, which one's she after? Skill 1. I don't want to use a good ID for this, so I'll use the, yeah, this one should be good. This will also upgrade that to an A res, which is very nice. And what card color? Blue again, huh? I actually generate a ridiculous amount of these energies, but let's not use a huge one for the moment. Dominating. Favored. Dominating. There we are. This should be good.
날카롭고 정확하게.
Whip crash.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
Hex nail.
가슴 가장
This also,
깊은 곳.
technically speaking, I do have Hex Nail at Uptide 2, so the passive where Faust becomes stronger for every status effect on her does in fact take effect. And she does have a few negative statuses, which is quite nice for her actually.
내가
Snag
찾은
Harpoon.
나만의 항해 방식.
And this should also immediately bring her to the point where she can use the 5... yeah, there we are. 5. There we are. Not the highest damage possible, but still good all the same.
행진의 꽃. 이것이 성공의 피날레다. 왕의
サンタさんの
비밀.
作戦、
That's a
と
nice
ても効果
strategy.
的でした。
The lasso is aiming straight for us. The lasso, powered by the hunter's movements, aims right at us. Who will step forth? So as long as I fail all of these, we're in pretty good shape. So let's do it. Perfect. With lightning fast reflexes, she deflects it. The lasso flies the other direction. The Rose Hunter hesitates, surprised by the turn of events. He gains... ooh, he's severely debuffed. See? Trust me, there'll never be a betrayal from me.
배신하지 않아.
Excellent. What card has Ishmael drawn now?
이미 배중입니다.
Still a blue card, huh?
제게
Ooh.
말을 거는 건 룰 위반이죠.
Power counter. Favored or... dominating. 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 And that's an A-res. Just favored, huh? I guess that'll be fine then. This should theoretically be good.
날카롭고 정확하게.
I got the gimmick down.
안정하지 않군요.
These guys in MD are pretty easy. Didn't expect them to be so hard in the actual fight.
따스한 피.
The on Bear honestly wasn't too bad. It's just he had a lot of counters and unbreakables. This guy, yeah. If I didn't remember his gimmick, he might have actually been a little bit more troublesome. Just gotta make sure it hits people that can handle it. An enemy is heavily wounded. Why are you... Well, I don't like that. Well, just remember if Nintendo's ninjas are around, I'm a legally distinct Bay creature. I know the ninjas have been very, very frustrating lately. Wow. Well, actually, something targeting him. Yeah. Dominating, that should be good. Alright, Barblasto, let's make sure Merceau gets hit with this one. Oh dear, he's not fast enough. That's a bit of a problem. I could use Faust for that. Actually, yeah, let's use Faust with this. She can handle the... There we go, yeah, favored. Damn it, I've been deceived. I've been bamboozled. Well, it could be worse. It could be you could be the uncle that works at Nintendo. For some reason, there's always one of those. What color card does she have? Yellow. Dominating. Favored. Not the most ideal, but it should be fine, I think. Let's an 8. Go NVA res. Okay, dude, what is that smorgasbord of a team you're using? I've been playing this game for a bit over a month. I finally got myself a Tremor team going. The problem is it typically relies on having T-Corp Don, except T-Corp Don Quixote's not here, so I'm kind of trying to get some sort of vague random bullshit going. Yeah, usually my intent is a Tremor team with the Yisang and Gregor from the Hay Show, Don and Otis from T-Corp, and Ishmael here. But I had to redo things because, again, my A-lister got screwed over. So I'm basically just doing random bullshit go with some of my strongest IDs, which is a pain because Don was one of them. Favored. Dominating is probably better. You should have seen me when I did my first few Cantos. That was the real random bullshit go. You know, you could T-Corp Otis. The only problem with that is T-Corp Otis is a glass cannon, and I was using T-Corp Dawn as a tank. So while she does have some similar mechanics, she can't take a hit at all. Wait, which one's stronger here? Yeah, this one's stronger. And what color does she have? Still yellow. I'll use blue since that still gives me some bright energy for some more attack up. But so I brought because the vampire IDs are getting a huge boost out of this, so you know why not. Plus he's also very tanky, so he can take hits. How's Otis a glass cannon? She has like 170 HP when everyone has around 200 at her level. And Doesn't help she's a new addition to my team, so I haven't finished leveling her yet, so I have to make do with what I got. Come on, dominate. I can show you after this, just hold on. It heals her a little, but I get more healing from the HE idea on my Faust here, and as you can see, it's Command Meltdown. It's not Fluid Sac. Let's see here. All right, Faust struggling. Yeah. Actually, what's it targeting right now? You know what? Yeah, let's have Merceau handle that one. He doesn't mind. Heals her fully. Oh, and that heals her fully. Yeah, once per battle, it heals her fully when she gets low. But it's also once per battle. I've also, unfortunately, seen Otis one-shot, though, which was, I guess they do hit her weakness sometimes. Hold on. Yeah, just try not to get hit. Of course, why didn't I think of that? I kind of want more pride energy, so we'll go with this. Yeah. We'll just go with this. It's unopposed and blue. I guess I can just go with red for the moment, just so I can deal. I don't want to go with. Limbus Company's all about trying to not get hit. So I noticed, at least before unbreakable coins started being everywhere. Don't get me wrong, I saw unbreakable coins a reasonable amount in Mirror Dungeon, but this chapter has had them to ridiculous degrees. I was wondering why so many kept telling me that Fluid Sac is what they typically design in fights, assuming you have. But just because of how powerful it is, but you'll be pissed next, Canto? Probably. There we go. Ego gift obtained. Rupture. If you had Unbreakables. Oh, I love Unbreakables when they're on my side. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm still working towards here. She has only 170 HP. She's still good. She's good, don't get me wrong, and I would be using her, but the problem is, one of the key components of this fell, so that's why I decided to go with random bullshit go just for raw damage. Actually, in general, this team is a bit random bullshit, but well, with just the strongest IDs I have access to. Like I said, losing Dawn was an absolute pain. Funny thing, I borrowed Merceau here just for his event bonus damage. Hey, all you need to do is uptie her. She is uptie 3, to be fair, so she does have all of her passives active and such. Yeah, in turn, this unit, recover this unit. If this unit's HP is below 10 to 20%, instantly heal 80%. Yeah, but with 170 HP, that's not a lot. That's 17 to 23, if I'm doing the math right. So that's, to be that low and not dead is a little risky. But yeah, I do intend to uptie 4 more of these peeps. I've been slowly doing it over time after all. And the Walpurgis IDs have definitely been the big reason I've been getting through here like I have been. Oh, thanks for the follow. I stream just about anything here, so feel free to stop by if something catches your eye. I've got a lot of stuff I've been meaning to get to, though. Like, I still need to do the last few episodes of Fear the Fathom, since that was my Halloween special. And, I've been doing Tales of Symphonia to try and as a bit of a nostalgic throwback. And of course, this game I need to get back to as well. I'm not sure if I'm going to be finishing tonight. I'm starting to get exhausted, and that's going to impact my performance, to be sure. Actually, I wonder if now might be a good time to call before it's too much. Well, we can go with here. The story here, so, wait, what's the story? What's it say here? An internment for those who could not abandon their desire. Man, there's a lot of fights, and this is just the click the button, the guy on the screen starts yapping. You might want to get used to that. You should have been here earlier when I was speculating what was going on with Dawn. Like, I mean, before it revealed that she was Sancho, I mean. Because I was trying to go through a lot of different ideas of what might be going on with her and what might have been with there. Yeah, this is fine. This is only floor 1 of what I'm guessing is going to be 3 if it's anything like the others, so I can at least get 1 floor done before I corroded blood fiend. I had no idea it could taste so delicious. How do we even survive for so long without tasting so delectable? How can we ever forget the sensation? It's only 1 floor? Oh my. Damn it, the blood fiend found us. They are corroded by an abnormality. You, the blood you spilled thus far, if we follow your trail. Oh, I miss it so much. The day when we had our first accident at La Machelan. The blood dripping from our guests. We crawled on all fours just to have a taste of it. Oh, the elation I felt. Yes, that's when it all began to fall apart. Huh, that's interesting. It's not short, that's for sure. Let's see here. Budding blood fiend. Blooding blood bag. Oh, this is not a focus encounter. Alright, then we'll just gather resources for the next boss fight. The more of these, the better, because I have the feeling whoever the last boss is going to demand I use a lot of egos for the purposes of, winning fights. Oh dear. We already lost Faust. This is not a good sign. Struggling. I guess I've got the resources for it, but I can't be doing this too much. Suddenly one day. Right. Oh right, they're getting powered up by the blood, aren't they? Well, first I want to make sure I win all these clashes. Got it. If I can... Stunning a couple might also help. It is? Okay. There we are. Alright, that should help a bit. I can turn down further if it's not enough as well. Let's see here. Passives. To a random enemy, deal fixed damage equals 5% of HP. Okay, I see why you wanted me to be sure of that. After attack, heal core part equal to 50% of the unit dealt with its attack. At 100% HP, gain offense. After attack, inflict a little Carmilla. Gain 2 bleed every time if the target has bleed, add an additional 1 after attack. Festive mood. Gain fever every time it gains a positive blood. And let's see here. Gain 1 offense up per 3. Oh, they're gonna have that easily. On target, target has bleed, heal by damage dealt. Thirst for blood. Yeah, as expected. If this unit failed to deal any damage, gain fragile. The problem is, I'm willing to bet they have unbreakable coins. Oh, they don't. Should I use the ego? I might want the fight. Withered. They're not all blood-starved.
이쪽으로. 아득한 야정.
So yeah, the more blood bleeding, the more powerful they get. So I need to kill them fast before they get the bleeding, because it only takes about a turn for them to get it, and they get stronger and heal up very quickly as well, so I have to burst them down. So it might even be worth my time to push through. Thanks for the follow. I assume anything here, so feel free to stop by so the catches are on. I should probably refine that a bit. Or at least yap about the game a bit more. Smack, smack.
사물. 앵화.
効果的な攻撃でした。
That was an effective attack.
올인이었나요?
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Victory. Well, let's see. There's straight up 3 of these in the boss fight with no checkpoints. Oh my. For undetermined for those who did not abandon their desire. Also love. Hey, thank you. Why, thank you. Just remember, if you see Nintendo's ninjas around, I'm a legally distinct fey creature. Alright, here we are.
만곡된 직선을 직선으로
Well, I do have a few things I can do to make this fight a little easier on my end.
니놈들은
And which
어디
area are you
구역에
supposed to be a
속해
part of? We are blood fiends who did not laugh, so we're not part of any area. We are exiles. To this prison, an internment for those who could not abandon their desires. A prison? No, this feels familiar somehow. Doesn't this prison remind you of the containment units at lobotomy? Really? Then, we have thus far encountered numerous signs of former L Corp logos.
엘사의 로고도 발견되고 있어.
Indeed, there are. Indeed. The subject comes up a good bit. Actually, I mean, there was an entire story chapter in this game that took place inside of a whale's stomach, so, I guess it's appropriate for this game as well. Isn't that interesting? We've encountered numerous signs of former L Corp logos. Then it stands to reason that a Lobotomy Corp branch was constructed here, upon La Mancha's ceiling. Then where'd the branch go? It may be that in the wake of the reopening, it was cast below the earth, or perhaps the park of this amusement has devoured it with as the whale of the Great Lake has done. Howbeit, but this is but a dubitable theory of mine. We're bereft of further information to be certain. Such is all I have to say, yet it might be rather discouraging to hear words of such little substance after being left in the dark for so long. Faust nodded affirmatively to a suggestion. Then, Lady Sancho, you've returned to our side to deliver us. Do you not recognize me? We fought together in the Blood Fiends War together, we massacred families of the Blood Fiends. Yes, I recognize you. When you disappeared from this place with Father, and like always, we started a parade like always, a parade of many happy humans. Father wished for many to be a perpetrator, but how could he wish to find the perpetrator, but how could he, when we were all in on it? Once we smelled blood, we were blinded by all other things, and the parade continued and continued. The martial line never closed. Then I finally realized something, Lady Sancho. Even if we were punished for so long, for what we've done, we were happy. So much so that even eons of incarceration wouldn't deter us. The second the blood touched our lips, we felt life. Why have you forsaken us? I kinda wish Sancho was participating in this fight. That would have been nice. I'm going to try something very, very dumb. Alright, there we go.
눈부시지 않다고 두려워하지 마.
Alright, I should go with Zero Sanity Raja just to make sure that she's in it. Then again, maybe tank mode might actually be better for this fight, given how hard these things hit. No, I need to melt them before they self-heal too much. But I'm definitely using more healing than I'd have liked. I don't have very much gluttony generation with this team. Even if I swapped out someone for T-Corp Otis, she doesn't generate gluttony energy. A huge source of it was Dawn. Endless hunger. Oh, look at all that damage. I'm glad I borrowed him. This was not working as well as I'd envisioned. Yeah, I'm glad I went with the defensive one here. Holy crap. Actually, no. I want the, A-res, if you don't mind. How are we doing? We are getting our asses kicked. Substitute. We lost someone. Mildly a pain.
날카롭고 정확하게.
Not gonna shield for Kaguya. Unfortunately, because of how hard these stupid things are hitting, I've decided I'd rather have Raja in her tank mode right now, so yeah, I'm going positive for her. Because I want that damage reduction she gets. When everything hits like a truck, that free 20% damage reduction becomes much more friendly.
아득한 야정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아.
On that note, it took me a bit to notice, but apparently egos will, while they eat resources, they also themselves generate the resource of their element. It's not a big deal since they still use up way more than they earn, but it's still noteworthy, I think.
나가리판이네. 다음.
Charge.
사물.
That's one dead. Another one dead. More of these yeah, if I stun them, I can pretty reliably kill them, but yeah, this is a bit of a problem. Did you seriously buy the Ami announcer? I mean, yes, I didn't roll I don't have to roll for it, I just buy it and I get it, so I figure why not? A better deal than buying for the luck.
敵が優勢です。状況を今一度把握し直さなければ。
I'm probably gonna want an ego here. What's something good here? Pursuance should be good. Announcers are fancy though. I don't think announcer is in the gacha. She's not. She was purchase only. But that's also why I felt it was a better investment than putting money into the gacha for anything else, be it the egos or whatever. A-res. Here we go.
당신 짝패를
Yeah, these guys are putting a billion bleed on here. So you're definitely intended to use the vampire or IDs, but yeah, no, Merceau has a pretty good heal as well. That said, I do wish the announcer was a bit more like the ones in MOBAs like Heroes of the Storm, Dota 2, and of course League of Legends. Substitute. This is not going well. Yeah, I kind of wish announcers were a bit more omnipresent like they are in MOBAs. Yeah, so many substitutes, because every bit of damage I'm doing here reflects and gives a lot of lead counts. Unfortunately, while they do reflect damage, you can't just let up on them. I need to nuke them down. It'd be a lot easier if I could focus down a particular enemy at a time, but this is a non-focus encounter, so I don't get to choose, which is mildly frustrating.
폭죽 소리가 들리는 것 같군. 내가 퍼레이드와 피날레.
wow, overture.
지키기 위해서 나도 지킬 게 많거든.
얼려라지.
날 깨우지 마.
Ugh.
이대로 잠들래.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
Thankfully, Merceau also has a healing ego, and not just Faust.
넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 꺾고 제쳐라.
And that's basically overkill, but I don't think it matters. Well, the damage isn't the highest. It's mostly that it heals that I'm using it, and wins the... There we are.
가족이 되기엔 약하.
You have a lot of gloom res. Should have gotten fluid sac. That would require not using command meltdown. And given I joined the game entirely for the purposes of the Arcanite, its crossover, that would be not very fun. Not looking good.
징수 시간이다.
There we are. As we were in pursuit of Dawn, defeating any blood fiend that got in our way, a blade flashed in the corner. It's the fixer from before. So I guess it's true. There are no other survivors besides us and the one Anzishun. A blade flash, aiming straight for Dawn. But with a flick of her finger, she blasted the figure away, flinging the attacker to the ground.
뭐야?
Huh? Why are they attacking Dawn? A familiar face we encounter.
뭐야?
Whoa, what's the bastard doing here? Right, I thought they were staying away from the main three areas because they had a different mission than the rest of us.
구역에 들어오지도 않았잖아요.
Hopefully get into the stream. Camille?
황금까지에 의해
It can be suspected that the change in Lamashtan's structure was due to the influence of the Golden Bow caused them to be swept up along with the Blood Fiends. Swept up?
뭐랄까.
Gotta say, I never liked the guy. Ever seen him like this? Dante. Yeah, I know what you're about to ask. Camille's been corroded. Maybe he resorted to using his ego gears or ego gifts from the lobotomy branch. I can confirm the presence of Paula, his companion. Corroded, then like the basement of my home. I recall a phenomenon similar to occurring at K-Corp. Perhaps he was assimilated into an ego and the powers of which he could not hope to withstand. Indeed, it indeed may be the case that he resorted to use of ego to even the odds against a numerical disadvantage against the Blood Fiend Horde. Sacrifice himself for the battle, huh?
그저 먹혀버린 것일 수도 있지만.
It may be well that he simply tapped into a power he did not understand. However, I must say he met an honorable death. It must have been a valiant struggle to the end. A valiant struggle, huh? Valiant, that's a word Dawn used to love so much. I looked to her with some vague hope, but she nonchalantly dusted off her clothes and walked away in complete disinterest. Come on, let's help them find peace. Oh boy, I hope this one's easier. Yearnings of ego. Alright, let's see how this... Alright. To a random enemy deal fixed damage. Oh boy! That's not going to piss me the hell off. Does get pretty easy, though. Okay, so yeah, I can focus someone down if I need to. And I might want to. Egos. We cannot hesitate some of these. Combat starts. On hit. On use declared duel. Alright, let's see what declared duel is. I don't like this. The implications of this. Declared duel. In a clash between the unit inflicted desired duel status has the declarer has a clash power. On hit, the declarer gains a haste next turn. Expires a declared replace one that inflicts it. Declared duel. Man, this song playing here really seems like it's taking the piss, and I don't like it. Favored is probably better than the alternative. Really? All that just for favored? Otis, what's your skill? Alright, skill 3 is the lust one, so I think this one's gonna be a little better. Yeah. Who's this one targeting? Might be easier to do this one, actually. Yeah. Oh wow, both these are targeting him. Ugh, that's gonna be a pain. Well, we do what we must. Sticker duel is just a slink thing. Alright. I can't hesitate to use egos at this point. If I don't, I'll never make it to the final boss, whoever it is. Alright, we got a bit of healing here to help the team, so that's gonna help out. I must say, Middle Sinclair was pretty nice for one of the first ones I pulled. That was a good strategy. There we go. Team Corp Otis put in work. Land of Illusion. Let's visit the World of Wonders. And the sinking should ensure their sanity will stay negative so that they don't win pulls. Prepare. Incoming, everyone. On 3, on use. Clash, lose. Gain 3 defense. Clash win. Yeah, let's stop that at all costs then, shall we? Ooh, I don't like that. Alright, who is aiming this at? Okay. So I should be able to clash. What is this, unclashable? Oh, it's the furthest one that it's aiming at. Neutral. There we are. Not ideal. Although I... Lose 10 SP, gain 10 SP. Dominating. Dominating. A little dangerous, but keeping their sanity low is worth the time, I think. Alright. Neutral here. 3, so I can use Dominating. Lust. Dominating. Actually, I should probably get Lust energies going. Res, yeah, that should be good. Get our energies back. I pray for you so that you shall surely be.
넌 반드시 부서진다.
Land of Illusion. Keep them all at low sanity, if you please, Honglu. I lost my main sinkers, so you're gonna have to take over that role. Branch of Knowledge. I can sever it by my own hand. Excellent, stunned them. Alright, they're both almost dead now. Nice, but let's do it this way. There. That was a pain in the ass, but we got it. Dang. At the start of a non-focused encounter, enemies take a fixed amount of damage. Yes, please restore everyone. Oh man, that was awful. Oh boy, I'm gonna have to fight more of them, aren't I? I think, being honest, part of me wonders if maybe I should call for the break now and finish it next time. There's still a lot of story, right? Yeah, I think it might be in my best interest to save it for next time. You're like halfway through. Okay, yeah, if I'm halfway through, I think, yeah, it's a good, I'm gonna call it a break and return to it. I'll be back to this game, let's see here, I'm gonna do Tales. I should be back to this game on Monday. So I'll be able to finish off the Canto then, and we'll see how I'm feeling then. Plus I'll get whatever rewards here. Level cap increase and maybe new power? Who knows? Either way, I hope we get done and back. Of course she'd leave the party as soon as I spend all those 400 shards on her magical girl form. Ah well. That's gonna be for next time. We've got a decent amount of people here, so I'm definitely gonna raid here. Let's see, who's going on right now? Let's see. Let's do since everyone here seems to be a fan of Limbus Company, let's go with someone who is also doing Limbus. Let's see here. Looks like someone's doing some mirror dungeon runs. Doing 9-year anniversary. Don't know what that is. Let's go with mirror dungeon then. All right, Mono Kelsey is the one doing some runs. So if you want, stick around for some mirror dungeons by all means. Until next time, thank you for watching. Hope you had a good time, and I'll see you later.